Good evening, councillors. Good evening to the members of the public in the gallery. I open the meeting at 5:30 p.m. The February ordinary meeting is live streamed via Zoom. Recordings of council meetings or parts thereof cannot be copied, recorded, reproduced, reused, or transmitted without the prior written consent of the General Manager. The meeting is being recorded and made publicly available on Council's website, and persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements. Council acknowledges that this meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Wiradjuri, Gundungurra and Darug people, and respect the history and culture of the elders both past and present. Councillor Kevin, would you like to lead the council in prayer?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not a traditional practicing Christian, if I can put it that way, but I do have some interpretations of Christian behaviour, and I think if we do the best we can with the information and the tools that we're given, we look after each other, we treat each other with respect, we'll leave everything we do in a better place, in a better condition for the people that follow us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Right. Are there any declarations of interest? And record of attendance, there's no apologies or leaves of absence. Okay. We have a presentation this evening from John O'Malley from Intentus, and he'll present a summary of Council's 2021 audited financial statements. It's coming to Zoom, is it? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, John. When you're ready.
Okay, look, I'm not sure. I'm presuming there's some slides which should be up to accompany this, so I'll run through those. What I'm briefly going to cover is just a high-level view of the financial statement audit for the 2021 year. By way of background, I'm based in Orange. We're a firm that's sort of in the central west, Bathurst and Orange, but we're the contract agents to the New South Wales Audit Office, who are the auditors of the council. So we do their legwork. We recommend to them what opinions should be issued and write the reports, but they come out from the Auditor General. So that's the process. Similarly, in our reporting back to council tonight, they sort of have influence over what we do and don't say and how it's expressed. So that said, I'll move into the presentation. This second slide is just a bit of an outline of what work the Audit Office is currently undertaking, because apart from the audits of all of the councils in the state, they also undertake a number of what's known as performance audits, which is looking more at the efficiency and effectiveness of certain entities. I guess in the last few days, we've seen a report issued on the how grants have been delivered across the state. We've also seen one on the transport rail, the rail transport holding entity, which has also been fairly topical. The ones focused around local government haven't garnered as many headlines, and I think we can probably all breathe some relief at that, because you'd prefer not to be in the gaze. The focus of their 2021 or 22 performance audits was around the response, the recovery and the impact for natural disasters. So coming off the back of the bushfires in the summer of 2019-20, And then, of course, with the COVID pandemic, it was a fairly topical area for them to focus on. So the reports from that will start to flow through individually, actually from this month. Onto the next slide. The focus that they've got for the current financial year is that they will group their findings in the management letter themes. So the things that we've been reporting back individually to the council, they'll work up into some themes for their report, which is also due to be issued. So they're as a sector, they issue a report on all the local government audits in one hit, and they do that. Their original plan was to have that out in December. That didn't happen. And I'm understanding that report's due to be issued in any number of days. The key focus areas they've got, there hasn't been a great deal of change. Cyber risk is remaining very much a key focus, and hand in hand with that is the information technology controls. The other one, though, which is likely to attract attention, is the transition to the new arrangements for audit committees that will kick in this year. So that's the areas they're looking at. Having covered those, though, I'll shift to the next slide, which is where we start to look at more specifically at the financial statements for Oberon. So next one again, please. So the things that were significant in the 2021 year in the Oberon financial statements, we had the ongoing impact of COVID, and that certainly required some thinking on the fly and change in the way the council delivered its services. Some weren't able to be delivered in traditional means. There was changes in how the staff were working with the increased remote working. And so that had a continued ongoing impact, as it will going into this year. I think we're only now just starting to get back to a point where it's some sort of normality, although of course it's good to see that you're able to have the meeting in person. Everyone's still wearing masks, so we're not out of this yet by a long shot. In terms of new accounting standards, the standards which apply to local government are the same as what applies to international companies. There's no differentiation. We have to apply the same set of accounting standards. Thankfully, though, there weren't any in the 2021 financial year that had a significant impact on the financial statements. The year before, we had a couple came in that were dealing with revenue recognition and lease accounting. Last year, there was one which related to service arrangements, but it didn't have any impact on council. And in the wings, there's nothing for the 2022 year. So we've actually had a couple of years of relative calm on that front, which is good. We do have, though, the situation, because we're subject to the same international accounting standards, at least every 3 to 5 years, council has to revalue their infrastructure assets. It's one of the frustrating outcomes, because you've got a business in council which is the least market sensitive, so the changes in the value of your assets doesn't really have much impact upon, well, you don't have a market value. You're in the business of service delivery, and you need the infrastructure assets to provide facilities to your community. But the change in value of those services doesn't really matter much. But the way that the standards work, you've still got to revalue them. So last year, we had the valuation of operational land, community land, and other structures and open space assets. So those are things like play equipment, cricket pitches and sporting fields, those sorts of things, as well as the community land, the parks and reserves, and operational land, which is land held by council for operational purposes. The upshot of all that was a $5.5 million net increase in their carrying value. That was partially offset by an impairment, which is to say that the service potential of some of your assets were decreased. And that was to your roads network as a result of some, well, it wasn't just storms, it was snow and flooding that caused damage to the road network. So there was an impairment recorded against those. So there was a net increase in your assets of around about $4.2 million last year following the revaluations. One of the unfortunate corollaries of that, though, is that I'll just kill that. The value in the assets goes up. We have to, under the accounting rules, write assets off over their useful life. and that process is known as depreciation. So when we say that we've got a road and it's going to last for 20 years, over each year for those 20 years, we recognise in round terms 1/20th of its value. It works a little differently because it doesn't deteriorate in a straight line, but that's effectively what we're doing. And because the road value increased on the back of the previous year's valuations, our depreciation expense this year, or for the 2021 year, increased. So it was $4 million in the 2020 year, and it increased to $5.2 million in the 2021 year. So that's the downside in the changing asset values. Next slide, please. As the slide's changing, if you've got questions or you'd like me to explain something further, please jump in. Happy to do those as we're dealing with them, or to take them at the end, whichever suits. So the operating results, so I guess the bottom line on the income statement was that we had a surplus both before and after capital amounts, and Oberon's probably among one of the relative few smaller country councils who were able to achieve an operating surplus. The depreciation of infrastructure has seen a lot of them dip into the deficit, and you can see that last year we did have a deficit before capital amounts. But we look at it in two slices. We look at the operating result before capital amounts, which in this case was a surplus of just 66,000, and we look at the operating surplus after capital amounts, which was just under 9 million. And that really illustrates the extent of capital funding that council was in receipt of last year, almost double any of the preceding 4 years, and certainly had a massive impact upon your result. Next slide, please. So looking then, this is council's revenue, and what I've done is I've taken your income statement, and I've taken the income areas and just graphed them. But where your income statement only gives you a comparative period of 1 year, I've given you 4 years to give you a bit of an opportunity to see whether there's any themes or standouts in there, and try and pick the eyes out of it that way. So you can see on rates income, certainly not any massive gains in that regard. Council did previously have a special rate variation in play with IPART. So you were able to move your rate increases beyond the rate peg amount, but nonetheless, you can still see that in the 5-year period, we've moved from 3.97 to 4.6 million. So we've moved roughly $700,000 in 5 years. So it's still in real terms not significant jumps on your income. It's just a steady growth. Operating grants and contributions tend to be a bit more stable from year to year. We can see a little bit of movement there. It was boosted because of that damage that was occurred to your road network. You actually received a grant to repair the damage that was caused of 1.6 million. So that boosted your operating grants up above where they'd been historically over the previous few years. Capital grants, though, is the real story of the 2021 year. You can see that it's at just under 9 million, they're way in excess of any of the previous years. So the amount of capital funding has been quite extraordinary. 4.7 million of that was for specifically for fixing country roads. We had 1.4 million for community infrastructure, and the additional an additional 1.6 million in funding from the roads and maritime services. User charges and fees are the things like water and sewer charges, or the annual waste charges that council, the collection charges of waste that council levies. So they tend to move a bit more like rates. The other thing that it can include, though, is work that you do for third parties, which includes the state government roads and maritime services. So the one thing that does tend to bump that up is if you pick up more work on RMS roads than is the norm. And I suspect that was the case in the 2019 year. Last year was more in keeping with the previous years. Annual charges are the access charges that council levies to have access to water and sewer facilities, and to have the annual charge for the rubbish collection. Interest revenue has been tapering off. Everyone's pretty familiar with the fact that we've been in a very low interest rate environment for a prolonged period. So even though council has grown the amount of money it's got invested, the interest revenue that it's being paid on that is declining, and only declines further as longer term investments that were placed back when interest rates were a bit more attractive roll off and have to be renewed at the current market prevailing rates. And then other income is made up of bits and pieces like rent and the proceeds on disposal of plant and equipment. So total income, you can see, was significantly higher at 28.475 million compared to 19 million the previous year. But the true story, the whole story of that is largely in capital grants. Next slide, please. So this is the other side of the income statement, your expenses. And you can see here we've broken it up again, giving you 4 years of comparison and in some broad headings. So employee costs, it's a little bit, needs a little bit of context when you look at that one. The employee costs includes all sorts of costs of employment, so training, workers' compensation, superannuation, and then the other thing which causes that to swing from year to year is the amount of capital work that we're doing. If council is building new infrastructure, then the cost of that labour goes into the value of the asset. If we're doing maintenance work, it goes as an expense. So typically when your wages cost is up, it's because you're doing more maintenance work, and that was certainly the case last year. There was also some increase in the costs of your workers' compensation premiums last year. And if it's down, it tends to be more when council's working on the construction of assets. So the best way to sort of see the underlying wages figure is to go to the notes to the accounts, which provide a bigger breakdown and show how much of the wages expense has been capitalised or not. Material costs, again, are a bit the same. If we're doing a lot of maintenance, we tend to use a lot of materials. If we're building assets, then the cost goes into the asset. But this year it was pretty comparable with the prior year, coming in at 6.87 million compared to 6.96 the year before. Depreciation expense I touched on, it's jumped up markedly. It was hovering around that 3.6 mark, 3.9 the previous 2 years, and then with the revaluation of your transport assets, it's gone up by about $1 million in round terms, and is sitting now over the $5 million mark. Borrowing costs, which is the interest component of the borrowings, was fairly low. I'll touch on that a little later, but one of the reasons for that too is that some borrowings which were drawn down and which will show up in as appearing as borrowed were drawn down on the 26th of June. So there was no interest cost to council in having them for that amount of time, which when you see the growth in borrowings, it's a little counterintuitive that the borrowing cost is down, but that's the reason. And then other costs is taking in all sorts of things like your insurances and utilities and those sort of things, and sitting at 1.3 million. So total expenses for the 2021 year were just under 19.5 million, up from 18 million the year before, and again the depreciation being the biggest contributor to that increase. Next slide, please. So the cash position of council. You can see I mentioned that there was more cash, and quite a bit of that is off the back of both drawing down the loan at the end of the financial year and also receiving more grant funding. So council had 25.8 million in cash compared to 17.7. The majority of that, 15 million of it, was externally restricted, and I'll touch on that in the next slide. But the way that council's money is that it's either internally restricted or externally restricted. So internal restrictions, the council adopts a management plan and says we're going to do these future things and this is how we're going to pay for it. And so it effectively puts the money in jam jars and says, here's how that money will be used. You can change the purpose of the restriction, but it involves going back through public exhibition and unwinding your existing reserves. So there's limited flexibility in that. External restrictions, as the name suggests, there's less flexibility. So this is things like unexpended grants or water or sewer money, where it can only be used for water or sewer purposes. It can't be used to go out and construct a car park, for argument's sake. And similarly, if you receive a grant to build a bridge, you can't use that for sporting facilities. So that externally restricted money, it's terrific to have it. Always happy to see lots of externally restricted cash. It means you've got things in the pipeline, but the downside is that you can't divert the purpose of that money. So the next slide, one of the things is that in previous years, the cash was broken up into three components: the external restrictions, the internal restrictions, and the unrestricted, because council is a business like any other and needs some buffer to ride the ebb and flow of when money's coming in and being paid out without having to eat into that internally or externally restricted cash. And if you eat into your externally restricted, you're in breach of the Act. So we definitely want to avoid that. So the buffer is the unrestricted cash. It previously was reported in the financial statements, but there were some changes brought in last year and it was no longer reported. I've been naughty and thrown it into this graph because I think it's important to know how much buffer do we have. And you can see it's out at 895,000, not quite as much as the previous year. So although we've got more cash overall than we did the previous year, we actually have a little bit less unrestricted. Nonetheless, I think 895 is or was, because we're talking about something that's now nearly 7 months ago, was sufficient buffer at the time. You can see back in 2018 and 2019 that was much less the case, and you're very tight as far as not having any flexibility. So it is desirable to keep some room to move by having a layer of unrestricted cash. Next slide, please. A little on what council did as far as plant and equipment replacements and renewal. In terms of renewal, what we're talking about there is taking existing infrastructure and bringing it back to as new conditions. So you can imagine that much of that is to do with roads, and certainly that was the case last year. We renewed $8 million of assets last year compared to 3.3. Most of that was roads, but then there was the aged accommodation and the water fluoridation equipment. Although that would have been that. The fluoridation equipment is actually a new edition rather than a renewal. New assets were 2.6 million, up from double the previous year. So quite a big capital works program going on last year, and that's running into this year too. Next slide, please. In terms of the external debt, the borrowings at 30 June stood at 5.3 million, up from 2.8 million the previous year. As I was saying, that $3 million loan for the sewer treatment plant was drawn very late in the financial year. So it was both unexpended and unrepaid. There hadn't been instalments paid on that this year. The repayments were 504,000 in the 2021 year, up from 484,000 in the 2020 year. So you can see that the repayments will increase in the 2022 year off the back of the new borrowings for the sewer treatment plant.
John, I'll leave it to you.
Okay. One of the ratio in the financial statements, there's also some ratios which are reported. The purpose of those, I guess, is to take the circumstances of all the councils across the state and bring them back to a common comparison. And they do that over a number of measures. The debt service cover ratio, which they use for that, is largely saying, out of our operating cash that we generate from our activities, how many times over could we meet our debt servicing obligations? And obviously, the higher the number, the better. 2021, like I say, it's a little bit of an anomaly because we had the drawdown of the $3 million loan, but we didn't have any servicing costs associated with that. So we're sitting very comfortably on the debt service cover ratio. The 2022 year, the expectation would be that debt service cover ratio will drop back. There's a benchmark put out by the Office of Local Government. They believe that it shouldn't get any lower than 2%. But as you can see, with Oberon sitting at 10%, we were well above that. Next slide, please. On to questions now. I was emailed a question from Councillor via Council from Councillor McKibben. I presume that's the one you're looking to ask, Andrew.
It is, John, but maybe I could first ask another one if I can through you, Mr. Mayor. Noting that the depreciation has increased to 5.3 million this year. Sorry, 5.208 million, I think it was. And that we'll be expending a considerable amount on capital assets this year or probably the next couple of years. that will obviously increase our depreciation amount. What effect do you anticipate that will have on our accounts? Noting that other councils are probably going to have the same issue.
Well, the likely impact is yes, a continued increase in your depreciation expense as your asset inventory grows, and like a lot of councils, it may mean that your operating result before capital amounts does slip into the deficit situation. That's happened to a number of smaller councils, and the thing that needs to be remembered in that is that we're depreciating infrastructure on the basis of, if we didn't have it and we had to go out and replace it, what would it cost? And that's what we're then depreciating. Now, for mine, that's a pretty bad premise, because we do have it, and if we maintain our infrastructure, we can keep providing the services to our community for considerably less than the replacement cost. So unfortunately, it's one of those situations where complying with the accounting standards is actually not providing useful information in terms of the impact on council in regards to depreciation expense.
So in future, is it possible to provide the operating profit before capital, before depreciation is taken into account, as a separate line item, so that we have a realistic figure that's, because as you have said, in relation to councils in particular, it is going to impact significantly on their results, on their operating profit, and will probably give a skewed view of what the realistic view is.
Well, certainly for your management accounting, I mean, what you're suggesting is comparable, or analogous to the EBITDA figures that you might see in corporate speak. And yes, I mean, that's quite commonly used to see what your underlying performance was. You won't see it in the accounts that the audit office, or that we prepare for the audit office, because they have to be prepared in accordance with all the accounting standards. But I'm prepared to say in this sort of a forum that I do think that the depreciation expense can be misleading in terms of the sustainability of the council. We've certainly seen previous ministers come to the conclusion that councils are unsustainable purely off the back of depreciation, when that wasn't in fact the case.
Fine. So it wouldn't be a problem if we had a separate line in our management accounts, or in accounts we give the community, that refers to an EBITDA, or even just excluding the depreciation rather than interest and tax as well.
Yep, that would be.
The second question, which I gave you some quite a bit of background on, is, I suppose, what, on the basis of our debt servicing ratios, our own source operation ratio, and the basis of our operating result, what do you believe is the maximum level of debt that Oberon can manage, in both on the basis of repayments of interest and on the basis of the level of debt?
On that one, I guess I'm bound by the audit office in terms of they're expressing an opinion on your historical financial statements, and you're asking a prospective question on likely repayment levels and costs. So I'm not able to express an opinion upon that. It's really one for your management to provide you the information, and council to make a decision as to whether or not we're getting too deep into debt. Looking at what was on your plate, I guess I'm of a view that if we see alarm bells that are suggesting excessive reliance on debt, then we're able to raise those issues. I'm not at the point of taking that forward with the audit office, because I think the combination of low interest rates that are available to councils for infrastructure, and the long terms that some of those can be still locked away at, don't pose any sort of existential threat to you.
But on the basis of some background information I provided, I would have thought you could give an indication of what would be acceptable debt levels, because you as an auditor will have to audit the financial accounts ultimately.
Correct, but as an auditor, my obligation will be to express an opinion whether or not your financial statements correctly show that information. not whether or not it was a good decision or a bad decision. Unfortunately, that's more of an advisory role, and particularly for audit, for independence reasons, we can't audit the work that we've provided advice on.
Right.
You have anything?
That's it. You have.
You're done?
I'm done, thank you.
Anyone else have questions?
Just, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Watt?
Is it too simplistic to say that if the aim is not to get below 2% and that we're now 10%, that we could sustain a 5 times the level of debt and be at 2%? Or is that-
It is a bit, because I mean, your 10% level is looking at the service costs and that you incurred during the year and the debt level that you had at the end of the year. You had an inflated level of debt at the end of the year with very low service costs because the loan was drawn down in June. So that 10% outcome needs a little bit of analysis to see, oh, okay, that's higher than the underlying situation would be. If we were to do the same exercise now, you'd get a different outcome. So that would be a little bit too simplistic, I'd suggest, yes.
Any other questions? Councillor Carthy?
So on the treatment plant, the fluoride treatment plant was by a 100% grant from the state government, I understand. How is it that we've got to write that off when we didn't actually put any money to it?
Because it's council's asset now, and it'll be council's responsibility to replace the asset at the end of its useful life.
Okay, even though we didn't put any gross money to it.
That's true of you know, a lot of your grant funded assets, but yeah, you know, once they become your asset, the state government's not going to give you the money for it and then say, oh, and we'll wear the depreciation charge as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, thank you, John. Good presentation, and I'm sure I've already saved those slides because I think they're very useful.
Thanks very much. Have a good meeting.
Oh,
Thank you.
The public gallery is open to members of the community in accordance with the requirements under the current public health orders. Any questions from the public will be able to be asked in person, and the community is to be given an opportunity to ask questions at the commencement of the council meeting. And the mayor is to ask the questions from the gallery prior to commencement of an ordinary meeting. Members of the public wishing to address council are permitted to do so, providing they follow the guidelines and that they are adhered to. The person asking the question at the council meeting must clearly state their name and in what capacity they are acting. If the person is asking the questions is acting as another person's or organisation's agent, they must advise council if they have their prior consent and authority. Questions from the public is not an opportunity for debate with elected representatives or staff. It is an opportunity for the community to ask questions in relation to an issue or put a point of view relating to an issue that may be causing interest or concern. Due to time constraints, the time frame of 3 minutes per speaker is allocated, and all questions and comments must be directed through the mayor, and in the instance of a question, if it cannot be answered, it will be taken on notice and a response given within a reasonable period of time. This is the only opportunity for the community to address, for a community member to address council during an ordinary meeting. Do you have any questions received?
None received.
And from the gallery? Mr. Sullivan.
Good evening, Mayor Mark and councillors. My name is Keith Sullivan. I speak for nobody except myself. Before I start, I just want to reiterate, I don't challenge any decision the council makes, but I'm always concerned that the longevity of this council and the manner and the act is followed. So on that basis, if you give me the 3 minutes, I'll be happy. Tonight's council, we asked to support the setting up of a working group to oversee the project in relation to the proposed new sporting fields, which I assume will include the expediting of an agreement to sell the current sporting fields to Borg Industries for $1 million, plus the transfer of rock and land in a questionable location and suitability having been utilised as an industry environmental buffer for more than 40 years. The replacement cost of existing facilities which tend to be sold were valued at over 4.5 billion over 10 years ago. The pricing being offered in no way reflects the cost of replacement or the strategic location of the site. Section 2231C requires the governing body to ensure as far as possible financial stability of the council is secure. And as far as I'm able to ascertain, there is not even basic evidence that this guideline has been followed for a number of years. You've already seen substantial amount of money, both grants and council, wasted on drawings prior to the current hub proposal, which is rumored to be double the ground available. There's not even been basic evidence that this requirement being followed for many with the sports ground will just be a continuation if it's not stopped or addressed. Like the current hub project, no justifiable cost has been established, which was required under the normal feasibility study process. Neither have the concerns expressed by the community been addressed. There was also a local government requirement, unless changed recently, for council to ensure adequate funding sources are available prior to committing to the project. Cost estimates being suggested in this project are half the cost of other similar projects completed elsewhere, and is still twice the total of the conferred available funds as I understand them. As well as identifying additional funding or the redefinition of the hub, we also now have the O'Connell's maintenance of the facility being established. There is the question of the need for a new and serious plan, and also relocation of and upgrading of our rubbish network to comply. And we believe that probably surely these two projects should be taken priority. Now, I believe we need to curb our desire to provide Oberon with the best facilities possible and address the need to cut the cloth to the best purpose. Much larger council amounts that have failed to do so by the central case and Bega are examples of what will occur if we do not.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. That's 3 minutes.
Good. I just ask the council to stop the current process and involve one who engage the community. Thank you for your attention.
Any other questions or?
My name's Wayne Woodward. I'm from 74 Humphreys Drive. The road has been a problem ever since the developer developed the road. Should never have been passed. When you used to drive down it, the trucks and the cars would make wheel marks in it. And I rang the council, they come out and filled them up again. And just lately, it's the end of the last year, we had the rain and the snow drift come through the bottom of my property. And they've got 3 drains running off O'Connell Drive, which when the rain comes, it's like a river going through there. And I've got a small dam just before it gets to Humphreys Drive. And the water overflows that and runs down through the next door neighbour's place. And it's washed out the road because it comes into the road very, very fast and it can't go across. So it undermined the road and the rest of it sort of runs across the road and down the road. You've started work out there now, but you haven't put a culvert on the corner of my place and the one next door. That's where the water rushes through. And there's no culvert across the road. You put a culvert on my neighbour's drive, but you haven't put a culvert across the road. And you're going to have the same problem with that much water running through there. It's going to wash the road out again. It needs a culvert across the road and into the big drain you've got on the other side so it can get away. I have sent some photos and that to council and to Helen Hayden, and I met her one day on the road and I was speaking to her, and then everything started to work, and I have been in here many times, speaking to council. And they always say, I'm going to get back to you, I'm going to get back to you. Just before Christmas, the road was that soft. It was like a sponge cake. If you drove on its flow, it would try and push you off the road. And I came in actually and asked the girl if she could get one of the bosses to get some gravel before Christmas and just run it over the top and make it a bit safe. Nothing ever happened. And I don't think, unless you put that culvert under the road to take all that water, you're just going to have the same problem that you've got now. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward.
We'll take his comments on board and I'll have the tech services director contact Mr. Woodward.
Any others? All right. First item is confirmation of minutes. Recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 30th of December 2021 be confirmed. Do I have a motion?
Mover, yes.
Councillor McKibben and Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The minutes speak for themselves. A meeting that obviously the swearing of oath and affirmation of councillors are very important in the appointment of delegates to appropriate committees.
Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It appears to be an accurate recording of the meeting, and I'll second the motion.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All in favour? Unanimous. Item 0901, which is the mayoral minute and report. Need a seconder. Councillor McKibben. Mayoral minute, doesn't need a.
Do you wish to speak to it?
No.
Sorry.
I'll let you do the speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, quite a busy time, especially in relation to correspondence. If I could, I just ask you, obviously the community banking issue is of interest to everyone in the community, which is a third of the way down page 7. I was wondering if you could update us with the meeting with Glenn Stewart regarding that community banking opportunity. I think you're on the board.
I decline the idea of the board. It's not that far advanced yet. There's a group of people who recognise that both our major banks are cutting back on their services, and I think that is, or we think that that is probably a precursor to going to a non-retail bank in town. And we're exploring opportunities for a community bank of the Bendigo Bank ilk.
Yeah.
And we've had one meeting with a representative of the Bendigo Bank talking about the sorts of capital that needs to be invested and the sorts of building they would need and the size of the mortgage they would need to have to make it work. Now, we haven't gone much beyond that yet. It is simply recognising that retail banking is likely to come to a halt in Oberon at some stage, and that we're working to mitigate that.
So if I could ask, is this going to be under the Bendigo Bank banner or a separate
Well,
standalone bank?
at the moment, most likely, if it gets up, it'll be under, it needs to have a registered financial institution actually running it. And Bendigo Bank has got a pretty good track record in that area. And that's the one we're talking to at the moment.
Has there been any approach to Blaney? Because I think they have a similar problem.
I think they do. And we're talking with a couple of other places that are trying to work through the same thing.
And Canaldra, I think.
Yeah. So I would hesitate to take it any further at the moment. It's very early stages, but as you know, Glenn Stewart has a long history of banking, and he's leading the group, and hopefully we'll have some sort of outcome in the next 6 to 8 months, I would expect.
Thank you. And could I ask, I intended to go, but I got held up and couldn't go into the Oberon Business Breakfast on the 7th of February, bottom section of it. Maybe if you could give us an update on that.
It was at Peter's Cafe. I went to the first one, which was in January. and there was 5 of us there, which was a little bit lonely. But the second one, there was about 15 people from a variety of business organisations around town, and it was quite a productive meeting in terms of achieving networking for the business community. I think the next one will be even better.
Thank you.
And I think councils have an invite from Glenn to attend those meetings.
Thank you. And on page 9, the last item, which is a meeting with bid price, the board's vision of the future of the Oberon RSL.
Interesting. I won't disclose some of the things he
No, that's
mentioned because they're confidential. But he has a vision which will take the RSL to a more modern look. They have a lot of spaces in there which are just unusable at the moment and will remain so for some time. But he is attempting to convince the board to do some particular bits of work, and I think that if that happens, it'll be a boon to Oberon, not just the RSL club.
Well, there's a crucial facility for this town.
It is, absolutely. And that was one of the things we discussed, the issue of as an evacuation centre, along with and a couple of other ones we have around the place, how important that is, and the potential for looking at grants to improve facilities for that particular aspect of that site.
Thank you.
So
I'm very happy
very
to
good, very good.
second the Merrill minute report.
So recommendation is put. All in favour? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Councillor McCarthy.
On page 8,
Yep.
3rd of January, correspondence from Mr. and Mrs. Bluntman, legal access from Macquarie subdivisions.
Yes.
I honestly think the way this, to me, has changed, the access over the blocks has changed.
I would caution against going any further. This is under there's a legal process that's taking place, and I understand where you're going.
Yep.
And we did discuss it in my office a few weeks ago, but it is currently before the Land and Environment Court, Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
But what I'm asking you is, can we have a briefing from our solicitor, Paul Grannon, on what's going on and any implication it might give the Oberon Council? I think all councillors need to know that, but I think we need a briefing. And yeah, I know it's complicated being 2 councils, but
And I'm happy to organise that, and that won't be like the turn into a problem.
I'm happy for it to be confidential. It's got to be a
It'll be confidential with the briefing.
private briefing.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I support Councillor McCarthy's request to have a session with our legal people, especially given past history on some developments, some development applications, and on current ones. We probably need to have a better understanding of what we should approve and what we shouldn't approve legally. And with the time approaching quickly that we are going to change or review our planning documents, I think it would be well worthwhile to do it before then, even if we have a separate session of something, but it could be in a confidential section of the meeting. But I fully support Councillor McCarthy. I think it's a very good initiative.
Through the chair, as part of the council's ongoing induction processes, that will be one of the things that will be undertaken. I was in fact on the phone to our very same legal representative today, trying to organise a session for councillors to in fact come along and get that training as required.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can we have can the councillors have a copy of this induction program what we can expect to go through in this induction program?
Yep, something.
And I wasn't aware of this.
No, it's only happened today. Like,
Thank
It
you.
was the next process that we looked in from the original.
Thank you.
With respect, I do, the general manager has foreshadowed it certainly to me before that he was going to do an induction session. I don't think he put a date on it, but he did actually say to me that he was going to do it, so. I had assumed it was going to happen, I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Yep. No, that's,
All issues about planning, we can straight up.
As councils will attest, it's not something that will try and bombard you with in one session. We go through this, 6-month program.
Any other questions from councillors? Put the motion. Accept it. All right, notice of the motion.
Mr. Mayor, can I move that 1303 and 1001 be considered together because they deal, I believe, with the same type of issue?
I was about to say.
Oh, sorry, I thought I had to get in quickly with these.
The 1303 is a report on this particular issue and it has some supporting documentation. So I am proposing that we set 1001 aside and deal with it as part of 903, sorry, 1303. You happy, Councillor McCarthy?
Yeah, as long as we get a result.
Okay, all right. Item 1002. This is Councillor McCarthy. The motion is that council transfer funds from the waste fund, mainly scrap metal income, to fund the stone wall at the common that will become a living treasures display wall for the 40 designs. Councillor McCarthy?
I'll move that. I'll move
Second.
Second. Dara.
Can I get some spelling fixed in that, please? Under scrap metal. Scrap metal.
I'll just drop the N out. There we go. Done. Second, please.
well, second it.
Councillor McKechnie. Councillor McCarthy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This project of trying to get the living treasures out there has been going on for years. So this is one way of funding it. I put this up several years ago and when it's Safranic at the time said we couldn't do it, had to source outside information to find out that we can do it this way. I think at the time when I put it up before, there was $40,000 income, if I was correct, from scrap metal. So this is a way of making sure that this thing goes forward and gets finished. So the idea is that we finish the rose wall. Once we get confirmation that it's legally right to go 1.8 metres high with no barrier. And then this one would follow before we do the other wall on John Olin Road.
I think the John Road one's already contracted. John Olin Road is contracted. The rose wall is the next, so this will be third in line for the stonemasons.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering why this couldn't be the next one in line, seeing it's not a big wall. The other one's fairly.
Well, that's an issue for the general manager to sort out the schedule.
Okay,
for that.
all right.
But that does not relate to what you're asking here.
Well, it was originally, but anyway, this is where I'm coming from. I think these projects, these living treasures need to be out there, shown in the community. We're seeing that they're no longer allowed to stay in the frames down there at the Hooper Centre. So let's get on with it and get it done.
Mr. McKechnie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a good idea. I'd like to see it finished myself. A lot of other people asked and would like to see it finished. The only question I have is it the correct way to go about it? The funding? Not sure if we can. I don't know what the cost is, and I'm not sure if we can transfer it from the waste fund to the common fund. So that's the only question I have. I fully agree that we need to get it completed. I don't know the formality around the funding and where we can take it from. I'd just like some clarification.
Services. Director?
Yeah, councillors, through the chair, that particular revenue that's generated from that scrap metal salvaging, where we've been treating that, it does sit in the waste fund, but it can be used, it can be moved for operational purposes. That sits outside the general restrictions on the waste fund, so it can be a consideration.
Okay, I'm fine with the motion. Yep. Happy to second.
Councillor Gibbon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm basically in favour, but I just want a little bit more clarity in relation to the funding. What currently is the funding from scrap metal sales per year? Do we know what that is? Is it 40,000 or is it more? I haven't said it itemised anywhere particular.
Through the chair, it's sporadic. Councillor, over the last few years, the scrap metal prices for steel have been pretty low.
I think they're quite good at the moment.
But that's why we retain a lot of scrap metal on site to be able to cater for that boost and fall. I'll defer to the corporate services director about the way funding should occur and
the second
separation.
thing, sorry, I can't recall, is how what it was going to cost to construct this stone wall at the Common. I think didn't we have an indicative price from the stonemason company that's doing the other wall? Yes, and I think somewhere in one of the reports it says that he's behind at the moment because of too much work or something. So there's a delay, obviously, in all projects that he's got. But I'm just wondering, can you remind me what the total cost at that stage was to construct this wall, and how much we would likely, how much? And I'm not sure whether councillor. I'm assuming that we're not going to construct this wall in stages. Once it's started, it should be completed, because that'll make it more expensive if we do it in stages. But I can't recall what the cost was or the price was to erect it and do the foundation work and the subsidiary work. Secondly, how many years will it take for the scrap fund to pay for that? Just some more financial information.
So through the chair, it's difficult to say how long it would take the scrap fund to pay for it because of the stagnant and the varied way in which we, in fact, get an income from that.
Yes.
So that's difficult to provide. My understanding, and I will be happy to be stand corrected, I think it was about $90,000 for a number of walls to be constructed in order to house the living treasures in the combination that the Common Working Party has agreed to. It's around those numbers. Don't hold me to that, please. The third question around timing, you're exactly right. We've been advised that because of other projects that were in front of us, this project has been delayed by the preferred contractor because of other projects he has.
Well, there are other Oberon projects that I think have been delayed ahead of this one.
There are, yes.
Yeah. So sorry if I could. So are we assuming that the scrap metal we've currently got in a position to sell, and I understand from, well, I would assume that as the price of steel has gone up rapidly in the last 6 months, that we should get a reasonably premium price for scrap metal at the moment. But we have any idea of what we've got, the amount we've got for sale? Bearing in mind that obviously this estimation has been on the books. Has anyone actually done an investigation on that?
Through the chair, we're not aware of what, I'm not aware of what it is, but I'm happy to provide something back to you.
What concerns me is if we move this motion and we actually don't have the amount of scrap metal to pay for it, where do we get the delta from? Maybe could you advise us on that, or are we able to borrow from a fund and then pay back if we sell scrap metal next year? General Manager, this is, I think,
Yep. So through the
source of
chair,
funding is an issue.
through the chair, there is that option. Given the delay in the contractor, the other option is to defer it, like to utilise future operational plans to do that, and that should cover the delta to be able to achieve the project. It's purely a matter of trying to get a timeline on when the contractor is able to undertake these works.
Yeah.
Noting that we've engaged the contractor to do projects on our behalf
At least two others.
in that space.
I mean,
And that's fine, because as part of the common fund, you want some consistency in how you've developed it, and that's quite all right. But council just need to be aware that because of that, there could be delays in how that's delivered, which could be a bonus, giving us some time to cover the delta.
so, Mr. Mayor, I'm basically in support of it because I agree with Councillor McCarthy and Councillor McKechnie. These have been, we've had these for a while and we haven't been able to display them. I think it's a pity we haven't displayed them. So that the sooner we can, the better. But obviously, as long as we can cover it, I'm in support of it. Yeah.
So you're perfectly happy that we can actually fund the process, but it's not be this financial year. Simply through.
In simple
project management
terms, there's an opportunity to fund it through a future operational plan if there's a shortfall, or the whole project if council prefer.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Councillor Tucker.
My questions are similar to those asked by Councillor McKibben and Councillor McKechnie. I don't have any problem with the project itself. And it's part of the plan for the common. It's just whether that is the best place for the funds to come from. So questions are, would, as an alternative, would it be feasible to allocate, well, either use some of the existing funds in the town improvement fund that are there for the common improvements, or if that isn't sufficient, to add some extra from, I believe there's a fair amount of unallocated funds in the town improvement fund, and maybe we could use some of those, increase the allocation for the common improvement, and be able to go ahead with that using those funds. So that's the first question. And the second question is, if the funds come from the waste fund, what impact will that have on works at the tip? I would have thought that our need for every dollar we can get for the tip improvements would be really valuable. So I assume that's where the scrap metal income currently goes, into the waste fund for either operations or for improvements at the tip. And if it's diverted elsewhere, what impact on the tip? So that's the second question.
I'll answer the second question first, and you're exactly right. Traditionally, anything that we generate from income generated from the tip we use, and it gets internally restricted to the waste fund. As you've been indicated, there's the opportunity to do that because there is some process that you can undertake in order to move that, should you want. If you move it there, you can't use it in the facility in which it was traditionally put there. The first question in relation to TI is that council will be aware that there's been quite a bit of work done in the TI fund to in fact allocate the projects and make sure that the nexus between unallocated in that fund is as low as it possibly can. So there isn't a lot of unallocated within the TI fund. The reason why this has come up is because the projects that have been endorsed by previous councils and the level of income currently within the TI fund for the common improvements has been allocated already. So we've expended the money within the common fund to do the priority projects that councils prioritise as part of the development of the common master.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that part of the question was based on my understanding of the figures in the Director of Corporate Services report on the TI fund. I got the impression from those figures that there was a fair amount of unallocated, so I'm a bit confused about that.
Page 92.
But if that's not the case, what is the situation with the allocation for the common improvements? is all of that money already earmarked for particular projects at the common, or could that be utilised for this project?
Just through the chair, the report that you see in the corporate services report is projects that have been allocated that have incurred expenditure within the timeframe. It's not inclusive of all products or project allocations. It's a snapshot purely of expenditure in those expenditure including the TI during the last 3 months. It's not a full representation of the total TI and allocated projects.
Thank you for that. It still shows the common balance January 2022, 267,000. Is all of that earmarked for particular projects at the common?
That's correct.
So if I could ask for just a brief explanation through you, Mr. Mayor, from Director of Community Services and hence Finance. What is the unallocated amount in the TI fund currently, or what do you project it will be if we expensed all the projects that we currently have on the books for the TI fund at the 30th of June 2022?
Yeah, through the chair, based on all the allocations at the moment, there's around 4,000 that's not allocated at this
Only 4,000. Thank you.
I think we're dancing around this subject. The key issues are that we can't do it in this financial year simply because there are no resources available. There is a clear indication that people want to get on with it, and I support that. So I think the mover or the seconder should perhaps put in something regarding the operational plan. So the general manager then has it on his books to get done in the next financial year. No?
I'm waiting on the right to reply. Anyway,
I'm
if
just
you've moved the motion, you can.
No, I
from
haven't
the
moved
chair.
the motion. I'm saying
no,
we're
don't.
dancing around the issue, and I'm trying to point out what the key issues are to get this happening.
Yep. Well, you can move an amendment from the
No,
chair.
I'm not going
can't
to
you?
move an amendment at the moment.
Okay.
You can have a right of reply.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like I said, this has been going on and back and forward for ages. If anyone's been following the Common Working Party, it was about the same price as the Rose Garden Wall, roughly about $74,000 was the price. We've tried to modify it a few times and had 4 on the plaque, make it a bit simpler, but the councillor of the day said they wanted a long wall like the Throsby wall out of Black Springs. So this has been going back and forward, back and forward. All I put in this, that we've got a significant amount of money coming from the cash scrap metal out the tip. Go out the tip, there's no scrap metal left. That's how much has been resourced. Normally that's left. So there's a significant amount of money. It's disappointing that someone didn't put 2 and 2 together and let us know what income actually come in, because I think last week they actually ceased operations. So we should have some sort of tally back of how much they've taken and what it was worth. But anyway, let's keep moving forward. You either want to do this or we don't, and it's going to go over into the new financial year. If there's, say, $60,000 income from the scrap metal, I'm sure from the TI fund that goes to the common, we could fund the other 20 hypothetically. So my motion stands as it is that we transfer that money. I don't want to modify it.
Mr. Mayor, also happened, I'm sorry. My apologies. I foreshadow an amendment.
You can move an amendment.
Even though I seconded the motion.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry, no, you're right.
You can speak, suggesting someone not make it.
Well, yeah, if I could just have could I have a right of reply?
Only mover that has the right to reply.
Okay. Can I make a comment?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully agree with Councillor McCarthy that this has dragged on for a number of months, longer than it should have. But as I said when I seconded the motion, I did have some concerns about the funding. Maybe there's an opportunity that we could defer this until the March meeting and have the Director of Finance and Corporate Services come back with some more information around what funding is available from the scrap metal waste fund. And if there is some other bucket that we can, for want of a better word, that we may be able to get the balance out of. If not, we've probably got to defer it till after June. Just a comment.
Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll propose an amendment. The council include in the operational plan for 2022-23 the funding of the stone wall at the common that will house or that living treasures display for the 40 designs, and that appropriate funding be sourced in the operational plan by the general manager for that wall. If I can make a comment now.
I'd just like you to check that that's what you desire for the amendment.
Yes, I think that's great.
Okay. Before we go any further, I'll call for a seconder. Councillor Tucker.
I'm not quite sure about the process. Can I add extra to it if I second it?
Well, if you second
It's a
it,
small amendment.
I'm happy to do small amendments after you second it.
I'll second it.
Councillor McKibben, Councillor Tucker.
Councillor Tucker. And just wondering if we can add something in there about looking at the current financial year's TI fund, particularly the common improvements, whether it is possible, whether all of that money is expected to be spent by 30th of June for the common improvements. I'm not sure if that was a nod or not, but just to include looking at if there's any way of funding it this year.
Mr. Mayor, my comment on this is that we are in February now. We've already got a delay from our stonemasons being indicated. I think we all want to expedite this, but I just don't see with two other projects ahead of it, etc., that it's going to commence probably before 1st of July 2022 in any event.
So you were not happy with that?
Well,
addition? It's your amendment.
I'm not at this stage because I think if the TI fund has funds allocated for projects, and those projects, that funding has to be used for those projects. Unless we decide not to proceed with any one of those projects, we can't really reallocate the money, is my concern. Isn't that correct?
In November, there was a resolution that we've moved $70,000 from the Cook Park awning to the
TI fund.
However, I don't think that's inconsistent with what you'll put up there, and this will, I think, satisfy everyone in terms of getting it into the operational plan and making it happen.
And my understanding is, Mr. Mayor, it might be incorrect, that 70,000 was moved from that project into TI fund to fund another project. It wasn't to be left in there unallocated.
No. It was to undertake the projects as prioritised by the Commonwealth.
That's right. So therefore, we really can't use that money because it's already allocated. So I think my position is, you know, we can't take money from allocated projects at this stage. Therefore, I think we have to look at next year's.
So you're happy with?
I'm happy with
as
the
it stands.
as it stands.
Anyone else have a comment on this amendment?
Absolutely correct. Thank you.
Any further comments?
The only thing is I don't mind if it's cut into 2 sentences if that's too long a sentence. I'm happy.
When you put a notice of motion up to do a project, you've got to identify where the money comes from. That's pure and simply what I've done. And yeah, things looks like it's not going to move forward. Yeah, I'll accept that on the chin, but yeah, this has just gone on for far too long to not activate these people that made Oberon great. So whatever happens, even if it goes into the 22-23 year, I'm happy with that. But thank you.
So, sorry, right. I think this actually does ensure that the project goes ahead, Councillor McCarthy, although, and I was a little, after some discussion, I was a little worried that, as you know, and you have been a great proponent, that we have to do a lot to the tip. We need to probably use as much of the money there as we can, and this will ensure that it has priority in the next operational plan. So I think this now does guarantee it goes ahead. It has funding. The general manager is obliged to fund the funding.
Councillors, I'm going to put the motion, put the amendment. Those in favour? Those against? Those against? Everyone's in favour. The amendment now becomes the motion. I'll put the motion. All in favour? Any against? No. All right. Thank you, councillors. We got there. 1003, the Road Audit Steering Committee. The motion is that the Road Audit Steering Committee be re-established and that councillors be appointed to the committee. That a meeting of the committee be arranged in the near future, and that a report setting out the progress of each recommendation from the Morrison Lowe report be provided to the committee. A mover, a seconder. Councillor McKibben. Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, councillors are probably aware that roads is my biggest interest and what I campaigned on a fair bit prior to the election. I have read the Morrison and Lowe report. I'm not quite sure that I agree with some of the recommendations or the council responses that I came up with previously, but I'd rather not go into those specific concerns here because I would rather hear the explanations and the discussion from Morrison Lowe and from all councillors first. So I think reforming this committee would be the appropriate place to have those more detailed discussions. My understanding from what I've heard from other council is that it was intended that council would provide updates on the progress of implementing the recommendations each 3 months. But the most recent that I've been able to find from the councillors was May 2021. So that's 9 months since from the most recent one that has been provided to me anyway. And in any case, those recommendations could potentially change following discussions with any new councillors on the committee. And I'll just make the point that roads are by far council's biggest expenditure, and we as the council need to satisfy ourselves that we are getting value for money and that we're not creating a major expense for our assessors if our newly constructed roads don't last as long as we expect them to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Mr. You realise originally my notice of motion to form the to have the road review by Morrison Lowe. I think it's important because it is such a large part of Oberon's expenditure. It was 70%. It may even be more than that now with all the new capital. Sorry, 75%. Sorry, 75%. It's such a huge part of our expenditure that I think that it's an area that needs continuous monitoring to ensure that we as councillors are happy with the standard, as has been said by Councillor Tucker, and that it gives the incoming councils an opportunity to look at the Morrison Low report and to understand the concept, why it was instituted, and what else has happened since that report. So it's also an opportunity for the Director of Technical Services and others to update councillors on our largest expenditure item. I know the Works Committee does it to a degree, but this can be specifically related to, and it could be, it could very well be, I certainly haven't discussed this with the proposer, but it could be as an adjunct to our Works Committee meeting, this special area on looking just at the roads.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
That's two.
That's three and I'm gone.
Can't do that one.
Might be an ulterior motive. Yes, when Councillor McKibben originally raised the concept of the roads audit, 2019, there was quite a lot of work and discussion went into the terms of reference around the audit before it was set out for request for quotes and blah, blah, blah. And Morrison Low was successful people appointed to do the audit. One of their recommendations was to have a steering committee and review the findings and the progress on the recommendations quarterly. We did have one meeting in May 2020, and as Councillor Tucker said, probably the last update was in May 2021, which was just basically a spreadsheet update similar to the one we get on the outstanding actions at the end of the business paper. But given the amount of work that went into getting the audit and the amount of work that went into preparing actions for their recommendations, I think it's important that we reintroduce the steering committee or a similar committee to meet quarterly and review the progress and also review whether those recommendations and actions are still current, because some of those issues will have been resolved and some of those roads will have been upgraded significantly, I think, if we read back through the report. So I fully support the other two councillors on reintroducing or forming another committee to do this. I think it's really, really important, and I think we should make sure that these minutes from these meetings are readily available, made public, because the ratepayers and the residents and the businesses continually ask about the roads. And I think this is, if we do this, we can give them back the information, or we can give them the feedback that'll help allay some of their fears and what's going on. So I think it's a must that we form the committee.
I just have a question that said that the motion is to be re-established. So why was it originally, well, why was it disbanded? First question. And secondly, perhaps it should just sit alongside the Works Committee because they clearly cover all of this already. My question is, why was it disbanded?
Through the chair.
The reason?
Yeah, through the chair. The steering committee was established not through a resolution of council. It was a working party that was put together to discuss and implement terms of reference that were determined by a notice of motion that was put up by council. As a result of that, a whole program was put in place. The document itself, as a result, is a working operational document, so it isn't publicly available, which makes me wonder how people have an opportunity to see the recommendations that sit within it. But there are things there that council laws and the steering committee at the time also didn't agree with as part of those recommendations, which were taken back and dealt with as a final report for council, which we used as the starting point of implementing programs in our works areas. We continue to do that. I continue to update councillors. Well, I did continue to update the old councillors when we met quarterly to discuss that. Those things will continue for a new council. For
General Manager, you might explain when that occurred.
So sorry, as part of the processes that I have in place, this program sits as one of the general manager's KPIs. And every quarter we meet as a group to discuss those things. And that program was one of those things that we discussed as part of that quarterly update, which councillors can attend or not, based on what their own circumstances are like. They are the things that have led to the development of a number of things within our organisation. And that's where the steering committee was set up to present and get resolved the Morrison Low report that we talk about now. So it was never a formalised council committee as a committee of the whole or delegations or delegates to that. This notice of motion seeks to establish something like that, and it'll be up to council to determine whether they want to do that or not, or whether they want to continue down the path of the whole of council being involved in a works committee type scenario.
Any other comments? Councillor McCarthy?
Mr. Mayor, due to 70% expenditure for our budget and setting this audit steering committee up, I can't see why we don't bring the works committee into a quarterly meeting and have this roads committee, steering committee, a part of it. It's just too much money, and there's too much bigger gap from when something's going on to when you get reported. So I think with our roads, especially the way they are at the moment, we need the works committee to come quarterly and bring the steering committee into that as well.
Through the chair, the works committee is a whole of council meeting.
Yeah,
So
but it's only-
why would you?
It's only every
if you're
6
gonna-
months. So.
If you're going to have a steering committee, is it all of council? And what's the premise of is probably what I'd be asking from council.
Councillor McKibben?
I think it's a matter, obviously, for the council. I don't object. I don't have a problem. I second the motion having it as a subset of the works committee. I don't have a problem at being a whole of council if that's what council views. If all councillors want to be involved in reviewing the Morrison Low and how it's implemented, then it seems logical that it could be an adjunct to the works committee. It's just a section in the works committee. I'm interested to hear what other councillors say, actually.
Councillor Hayden?
Yes, I actually think it would make sense having it adjunct with the works committee.
Councillor McKegney?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeable with having it as a section in the works committee meeting, but I would think that we should then have the works committee either 4 monthly instead of 6 monthly.
3 months.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
3 months, yeah.
I will speak against the original motion, but I will also, when I've done that, I will see what amendments might come out. I speak against this motion because, to start with, it doesn't have a terms of reference. And if you have a committee that's got that much potential input to a council's budget, it better have a terms of reference. In fact, every committee needs to have a terms of reference. I think the Works Committee does that reasonably well already. The system whereby when we did the update on the general manager's KPIs and his performance, which is where there's a particular item in there, and he gave an update, but it's still a much, and that is, by the way, a committee of the whole that does that. And although not all councils have attended that traditionally. So I couldn't see when I went through all of this, how that particular committee was going to add value. I do see how perhaps doing one more Works Committee meeting, that is a 4-monthly cycle, will provide the sort of oversight we're after. So I will foreshadow a motion that says that the Works Committee meet on a 4-monthly basis and formally consider the progress of the Morrison Low report at each meeting.
I think they meant quarterly to meet, which would be 3
No,
months.
in fact,
I
council
said
said
4 months.
4 monthly
4 monthly?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just do it 4 times a year?
because it adds
Because I
2
said
more
3.
whole council meetings when there's already 12.
And that the committee, review the recommendations.
Formally review the progress on the recommendations of the Morrison and Low report.
That will- Is that your motion?
Formally, FORMAL.
Oh.
2 L's.
You're also helpful. Thank you so much.
People spell check it.
We need spell check. But we've got one.
That's right.
So I've moved that amendment. I second that. Councillor Trembath. Okay, well, I put the amendments. All in favour?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Shouldn't there be some discussion?
Well, someone's, sorry, I've got to.
You're gonna put the amendment.
Well, I've spoken to it already. Councillor Trembath.
I totally agree. I didn't think that we needed another committee formed for it. I feel that the Works Committee does do everything that's required. The Morrison Low report, I did look for that online, couldn't find a lot, and a little bit about it, but I did notice that there was 19 recommendations. So if we could be able to review against that as councillors, whole of council, I think that would actually satisfy this requirement.
Other comments? Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a problem if the review of the Morrison Low report that I would like to see happen on an ongoing basis. If that happens as part of the Works Committee rather than a new committee, that's okay by me, as long as that review is happening. My only comment on the amendment is about the 4-monthly basis. My understanding is that there are supposed to be updates on progress each 3 months, and maybe that would make more sense to align those meetings with those updates. So they would be 3 monthly instead of 4 monthly, even if that was the only item on the agenda for some of those meetings, without any other Works Committee matters. But that's my only quibble with it. And I was also just going to comment that I did go back through the list of previous meetings, and I've seen that in most years there's only been one Works Committee per year, occasionally a second one, but in most years, and from the list that I found on the website, there's usually only been one meeting per year. So it's going to add either 2, or if we make it 3 monthly, there would be an extra 3 meetings per year.
I agree that in the first part of my term, last term of council, there was only 1, but I insisted if we're going to have them, we're going to have 2. And I think you'll find in 18, 19, that was the case, and 20. Councillor McGibbon?
Look, I just make a short comment. The Morrison Lowe report, it was a bit hard to find. I had to go back through old agendas and business. It wasn't a general business in one of the agendas some time ago, and that's where I found it. But I think it's one of the documents that should be on the at least the councillor portal that we're discussed as with a number of other documents. So that's a minor comment.
Through the chair, this process has always been done through confidential, so I'll go back and have a look myself to see that it's been recognised publicly, if that's the case.
I thought it was.
Not from my perspective, it hasn't,
okay.
because that's the whole purpose of having an internal operational document that you use as your guiding principles about changing your attitudes and behaviour in your workforce. So it's something that I'm very interested in finding out where that came from. The second thing is that the quarterly update is a distinct KPI that councils have placed against me as a general manager to provide those updates and put those Morrison Lowe recommendations and updates into that forum. They occur every quarter, and every quarter I provide that information to councils, either one way or the other. Council want to provide a works committee 3 times a year. I don't have a problem in general with that. All I would suggest is that will then decrease the amount of works reports you get every month, not every 3 months or every 6 months, every month that you get from the engineer in terms of a ordinary council. Works committee is an adjunct and a whole of council committee that allows them to make decisions that they don't make in a normal council meeting through a works committee arrangement. If you're going to have 3 a year, that will just simply probably lessen the amount of reports every 3rd or within the following week when you have a council meeting.
I'll give a shot at moving an amendment that we form the works committee and meet 4 times a year, which will match the general manager's KPIs in this road audit. Morrison Lowe. So I'll need a second.
That's a portion of amendment.
Foreshadowed amendment.
Foreshadow amendment, we have to vote on this one first. And this one isn't agreed to. Your foreshadowed amendment becomes
Okay.
operative. Any more comments on this amendment? All right, I'm putting the amendment. All in favour? Against? So did you vote?
It's against it.
That's a vote against.
All right, okay.
Okay, so the amendment's defeated, so your foreshadowed amendment, councillor McCarthy?
All we've got to do is modify that
3 to 4. 3 to 4.
4 to 3.
4 to 3, sorry.
And the seconder for councillor McCarthy's amendment. Councillor Hayden? Right. Any comments? In that case, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Against? So the amendment now becomes the motion. And the motion is that the Works Committee meet on a 4 monthly basis.
Every quarter.
sorry, 3 monthly, yes, 3 monthly basis, and that the committee formally review the recommendations and the progress of the Morrison Lowe report. All those in favour? Against?
I just hope everyone attends.
Usually before it's.
Okay. Good outcome. Now, page 13, councillors, item 1101, Central New South Wales Joint Organisation Board Meeting, 25th of November 2021. And the recommendation is the report item 1101 be received and noted. Councillor Gibbon. Second, please. Seconder. Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Gibbon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Extensive report and dealt with quite a few subjects, which was good to see, and obviously talked about its achievements in the presentation of 25th of November 21. A lot, obviously a lot to do with energy and water in particular and what's happening in those areas. And it's quite interesting to see how involved we are with energy program and the energy policy through the GO. Obviously, we know about the regional procurement and contracts, but the other area I would ask is page 19, halfway down. It does say that the GO has endorsed the concept design for the proposed Medlow Bath upgrade. I'm just wondering which option's been endorsed, because I've seen several. Is it the long option or the short option? The longer tunnel or the shorter tunnel?
I'll refer to the general manager, because I wasn't at that board meeting.
Oh, right. No.
Through the chair, from memory, I think they endorsed any option.
Right.
All options. That created a swift, safe link across the Blue Mountains as one of our #1 priorities.
Okay, I'm happy with that, and I'm very pleased to move this this report be recommended as received and noted.
Councillor McCarthy.
I have nothing more to offer. It's a fairly detailed report. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions, just my own clarification of what the joint organisation is and how it's funded. I assume that's the new name for what used to be called Central. But how does the funding work? Does each member council contribute, and how are those contributions calculated? Or is it separately funded by the state government, or a bit of both? Is it a requirement for each council to be a member of a joint organisation?
I'll defer to the general manager, because he's had more experience than I have in joint organisations.
A number of questions there, councillor. The first one is yes. It's a subsidiary, or it's not a subsidiary. It's a government mandated organisation that dictated that councils should be looking at regional priorities and discuss with their groups. Centroc, as an old unit that used to do the same thing, it was simply just a morphing into that, minus Lithgow and Midwest from the old Centroc. It is not mandatory to be part of a JO. However, it's highly encouraged, and a lot of the deliverables with grants rely on your council being part of a JO, where that regional prosperity and regional benefit can be seen. They were given startup funding by the state back in the day when these things kicked off, but the generation is from each council's payment of fees to be part of that, and those fees are based generally on a population base, so the big councils pay more than the little councils, but equally the big councils get the benefit of utilising the land and the space of little councils, whilst the little councils get the benefit of the population of the bigger councils to assist in formalising grant projects and the like on a regional. So there are 4 pillars of the JO, and I won't go into that at this point in time. I think that the report gives an indication of what that is, but that is pretty much how it works. So no, you don't have to be part of it. Council's been quite successful in procuring a lot of stuff at a benefit to councils being part of that. And we continue to be an active role in that. Good.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I was certainly not for a moment thinking or suggesting that council will not be a member. I just wanted some clarification of how it works. Thank you.
Sorry, and I apologise if I thought that that's what you were. That wasn't my intention.
And I have to say that this particular joint organisation appears to work a lot better than most in the state. In fact, it's probably the most successful one because it's basically gone from centre off to JO. All right, any other questions or comments? The motion's put that the report item be received and noted. All in favour? Against? Unanimous. All right, item 1201, Oberon Youth Council. Recommendation is that the council receive the report item 1201 as information. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor McKibben and Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks.
I'm just encouraging that side to put their hands up.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a detailed report, but it also shows that the youth councils get gone to both Burriga and Black Springs at the end of 2021 calendar year. And I have been to Burriga Community Association and to the Black Springs Community Association since the Youth Health Council attended, and both were very enthusiastic about the attendance by the Youth Council at both those locations. And I think in particular, Christine Healy gave a very good presentation to the Youth Health Council at Black Springs on the heritage of Black Springs. And there are a number of presentations, and similarly at Burriga, the Community Association provided a lot of input to the Youth Council. I think it was, as I said, appreciated as much by the community associations, their attendance, as by the Youth Council attendees. And also I note that a former councillor, Councillor Don Capel, provided a lot of input into this organisation, the Youth Council. He championed that organisation. And I just hope that in the future, that, you know, I can't recall who our delegate is at the moment to the Youth Council. I think it's Katie.
Yeah.
You have someone who, you know, very hard to follow in his footsteps in relation to that organisation. He really pushed it and helped them. He was highly regarded by the organiser, by the Youth Council. So I think the accolades that are expressed for Don by the Youth Council are justly deserved. So I have, I'm very pleased to be able to move that this report be accepted by Council.
Thank you, Councillor McKibben. We've got a wonderful group of young citizens there, and they do a fine job. Councillor McCarthy.
It speaks for itself, and I can only endorse Councillor McKibben's comments about Don Capel. So let's hope it keeps flowing.
I think it will. Right, councillors, put the motion that the report be received as information. Item 1202 from the Community Services Committee meeting, and the recommendation is the council receive report item 1202 as information. Mover and seconder, please. Community Services, mover and seconder. We can't let that lapse. Someone move it. Councillor Graham. Councillor Watt.
I am.
Councillor Graham.
Yeah, I was being the chair of this committee now, obviously. I can't talk too much about what has happened, but it was interesting to read, and I'd certainly hope we continue supporting the Blue Tree Project, and just saw some of the other things that were really interesting, and it's an important committee, so I certainly would hope that we accept the report.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
Yes, I look forward to participating in this community and in this committee and the projects. And I agree, it's an important committee. So thank you.
It is a very important committee. Thank you, councillors. Put the motion. All in favour? Against? No. Item 1203, the Black Springs Community Hall Committee meeting. Recommendations of council received report 1203 as information. Mover and seconder, Councillor McKibben. Seconder, please, Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, it's this committee is starting to work really quite well. We're getting some runs on the board. There's been a lot of unanimity about what's required, and we have prioritised obviously electricity safety of the hall. We both Councillor Hayden and I attended a meeting last night, which reaffirmed the priorities of the organisation, and I'm very happy to move this, and I think we're getting some good results out of Black Springs.
Yes, it's a good report and it's a good team and everyone's moving ahead.
All right, put the recommendations, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, just a couple of questions, and again, purely for my own clarity and information. Could the GM perhaps explain, is the Black Springs Hall a council asset? And I don't think it is from what I can recall. And if that's the case, what responsibilities does council have for maintenance, and what funding, if any, does council provide?
Through the chair, council is the trust manager of the hall. It was placed into that some time ago now. That's the reason why 355 committee has been established to support that hall. Do we fund it? Yes. Do we seek grants for its upgrades? Yes. That forms part of taking over control of it as part of being the trust manager for the infrastructure or the asset.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
So can I just have a clarification there, please, Mr. Mayor? So councillors trust managers, so that means that we don't actually own it.
Through the chair, no, we don't own it. It's owned by the Crown. We are the trust manager running its day-to-day operations and upgrades and maintenance. It's pretty much like you own it.
Does that answer the question?
Yes, I was aware that there was considerable volunteer effort in establishing that. That's part of the reason.
Yeah, through the chair, it used to operate under the village, or the Progress Association used to be the trust manager. When the Crown Lands Act or amendments to the Crown Lands Act were considered, the Progress Association decided that they didn't want to continue to have that role. And they asked council to take over that day-to-day running, which was resolved to do. And this is why we now have a 355 for the Black Springs Hall. Yeah.
Any further questions? Councillor McCarthy.
Yeah, just in relationship to the number one item on the list, any of the two people that attended the meeting, they're saying a three-phase upgrade. Is there a contribution to be paid to Essential Energy, or does that $13,000 that we give them a couple of meetings ago, does that include that? That's my concern.
Take that on notice.
Yeah, through the chair, I know that the village fund that we did utilise was for quite just purely for the upgrade. I'm not aware of the essential energy element, so we'll take that on notice.
I think the total electrical upgrade bill, I think, was 15 or 16,000 from memory, and it included the upgrade to three-phase. The sourcing of that funds it was the priority issue, so I think I can't recall, I think it was partly funded by, mostly funded by council, but maybe partly by community, I don't recall the state. But that was the order of magnitude, 15 to 16,000 for the electricity upgrade, and it included the 3-phase, I believe, from memory.
Mr. Strickland, will you bring back some clarification of that prior to the next meeting?
Yeah, so, yeah,
Just so we've got to be clear about what it is, and provided the council.
sure.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Let's clarify.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, just with that, the question there from Councillor McCarthy was just the essential energy element of that. Because I know that the village one that we did was to a local provider to do the full upgrade, but your question was in regards to an element that the subsidy paid to essential, is that correct?
Originally, when Councillor Kerry Gibbons asked to look at, there was no 3-phase in front of the hall. So it may be upgraded, I don't know. But it might be the contractor's going to put the 3-phase on, but then it's still not available out in the street. That's my concern, and just a verbal report back to me, I'm happy with that. But what I'm getting at is that, are we getting the 3-phase? I thought it was 13,100 feet, but are we getting the 3-phase on for that? Or is then another contribution of essential energy? Because over on the substation, before they'd done the car park, it was suggested they run a conduit right across the street. And that didn't take place before they sealed the driveway. See, as far as I knew, there was no 3-phase at the front of the building. Might be there now, I'm not sure.
Thank you. You're clear on what you're being asked to provide?
Thank you.
Right, put the recommendation that council receive report 1203 as information. All in favour? All right, Heritage Committee, item 1204. The recommendation is that 1, the minutes of the Heritage Committee held on the 29th of November 2021 be received as information. The council consider making the culvert barrier on Carlwood Road out of timber. And 3, council investigate the retention and relocation of the phone booth at the O'Connell Hotel to a suitable location within the village area, e.g. near the bus stop. Do I have a mover? Councillor McCarthy. Seconder. Councillor Trembath. Councillor McCarthy.
Number 2 is just the culverts on the Carwood Road. The Carwood Road being
Cox's Road.
Cox's Road. We just
Very
thought
historic.
rather than be fitting to what was there before, the big shiny Armco fence that the post and rail couldn't be put in. And if the Armco is required by the safety, that it be screwed on the back of the post and rail, that was all. And the other one was, we did want to retain the phone box somewhere in that location down O'Connell if we could, even though the rural fire service shed, the old one, maybe because of the electricity. I don't think if we put it over near the bus stop, there's any power there, but we really need to retain it. Apparently they've had a survey and it's on private property, so yeah, let's hope we can retain it there. It's handy for the kids. It's now free. So, yeah. So if some child comes off the bus and he's got a problem, no mobile phone, he can go to that bus, the phone, and be able to contact his parents or anyone. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondering, the relocation of a phone booth, I suppose, is council has to contact Telstra because it's really not our asset. And that means probably laying a telephone wire, which trying to get Telstra to do, especially if there's a phone booth that's free, may be a bit difficult, but we'll have to, are we in a position to do that?
Through the chair, the resolution is investigate
Okay.
the retention. We'll have to bring something back after conversations with the authority. Can I ask this question of those who are there? Is that is there an indication that they're going to remove the phone box? Is that the reason, the rationale why it was discussed and brought up, or do they want to move so it's away from the pub, or is it probably some rationale around that?
Apparently our contractor that we use is engaged by them as well in planning, and they've investigated it, and they've said that it's on private property, and I suppose to have the look of the pub, whether you're taking the photograph or whatever, here's this 1999 phone box, and here's this old hotel, whether you're doing a photo shoot or whatever.
Why not change the phone box, get a heritage one?
Yeah.
With the old rib.
Councillor Turnbull?
Oh,
Sorry, you finished, Councillor McCarthy?
No, you're all right.
So my concern is if we start investigating this, and if it's not broken, don't fix it, might be if we raise it as an issue, does it get removed? And that wasn't our intention to start with, was all. But I'm more than happy to
But
take
what
that
if
up.
they go there and say, I'm sorry, it's on private ground, they cut the cable, cut the electricity, and then there's no facility down there, all we're doing is writing a letter.
So my question
Councillor Turner,
is that there is a phone box there, it's on private property. How did it get to be on private property, and was it approved by the owners and some arrangement made to keep it there as something for the community?
Through the chair, it's not something we can
You don't
comment.
know.
I don't know
No.
the answer to that. It'll have to be an investigation. Yeah, we're happy to do that.
Look, just a quick one, third page down, page 43. I was a little interested to know that Tina Slattery was in attendance, and then she was an apology. But that's not, they're not our minutes, so really it's matters for the association, not for the Heritage Committee.
She wasn't in it.
She wasn't
Wasn't there.
She was an
Okay,
apology.
so she should be crossed out of the attendance then.
Correct.
Oh, it's duplicate.
Duplicate,
Sorry,
that's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
She definitely wasn't at that meeting.
No, yeah.
Good feedback.
Anyone? Oh, Councillor Hayden.
Um,
A whistle or something.
No, that's right. Regarding this phone box, that's a main bus stop area for the children to get on and off. I don't know why they would need to even move it. And it's been there forever. I think we find it isn't really right on the line of private property, unless that's moved. It's been there forever.
I think council's investigating, Mr. Mayor.
And we will investigate thoroughly.
To this extent it can.
Yes. All right, I'm putting the motion in 3 parts. All in favour? All right, I promised that I would give people a break after about 2 hours. It's pretty much exactly 2 hours. So we'll just take a 3-minute stretch and couple stop. And back here by 25 to.
That's been.
All right. Resuming the recording of this meeting at 7:40 PM. All right, item 1205, the Local Emergency Management Committee meeting. And the recommendation is that council receive the report 1205 as information. Second, proposer and second, please. Councillor Gibbon. Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this report speaks for itself. I'm very happy to recommend it, accept it.
Councillor Tucker.
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Any other comments on this report? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour? Next one, item 1206, the Traffic Advisory Local Committee meeting. And the recommendation is that council receive report 1206 as information. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor McKibben, Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A detailed report with quite a bit of information in it about speed zone reviews and a number of other issues. I do hope they don't extend the Black Springs 50 kilometres out too far, or I'll be even later for meetings. Anyway, I'm very happy to move this report be recommended, be accepted.
Thank you. Councillor Tucker.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just noting that that's the meeting from back in November. So we've had another meeting last week, and so particularly the item for the angle parking, that'll be part of the last week's meeting that we'll look at in March. So I have nothing more to add on the November.
All right, thank you. All in favour? Now we're up to reports for decision, and this is the Centroc. Well, it's not Centroc, it's actually the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation, CNSWJO, supply and delivery of bulk fuel contract, same thing.
Just in terms of this one, it is a carryover from an old group, which is why it's called Central.
Okay.
It's the name on the contract, but that's the reason why.
Now
So
this
it's just a confusion.
this business paper provides a bit of information for the new councillors on the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation, and I think it's good reading. The recommendation is that council agree to participate in the regional procurement process for the supply and delivery of bulk fuel, and advise Centroc of its decision. Do I have a mover? Councillor McKibben, and a seconder? Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, our bulk contract, well, our contracts through Centroc / the JO provide us with advantage of being able to bulk purchase a number of things such as fuel, asphalt. What else is there? We've had energy contracts with them, electricity, etc. They provide considerable benefit. My only question, I suppose, in this one is obviously we don't lock in a price because currently prices are quite high. We have a discount to a certain price, I assume, that we obtain out of this. It's not a locked-in future price of $1, you know, $1.90 for diesel, etc. So it's just a discount to a retail price or a wholesale price that we get as an organisation, as part of the joint organisation, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, through the chair. So it is subject to rise and fall, no doubt, but in the quantities of bulk purchase, it has the value of council being a smaller council. Certainly, if there's a larger tank coming through on a milk run, that we would get the same benefit in fueling our underground storage facilities. So there is those economies of scale.
So but we're not locking in a price now for all future quantities, but when this goes out to tender, you're locking in a discount to the price of diesel, is how I understand it, or to the wholesale price of diesel, so that if the price goes from $1.90 to $1.40, and we get 10 cents or 20 cents off the per litre price, it's the 20 cents that we lock in off the wholesale price. Is that right?
Yeah, through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, that's all. That's what I was trying to. I thought that was the case.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to, on the basis of past performance and past contracts we've entered into, I think this is a considerable advantage to council. I'm very happy to move the recommendation in relation to the two parts, 1 and 2.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I assume that there's the same amount of councils that are in this agreement. And I assume that they're probably still on the same amount of negotiations and management. So I struggle to see how they can increase their management fees from 1.15% to 0.7%. It's a fairly hefty increase from what I would probably consider doing the same amount of work. I don't know, but that's what it says. It seems like a hefty increase. If there was more councils and more products, or I don't know, diesel fuel and oil and petrol, I assume, but yeah, seems a hefty increase.
I think the second paragraph of that council contribution explains to some extent why that is the case. So it talks about
Understanding now, I'm sorry.
Central New South Wales joint organisation, other participating joint organisations are reviewing ways to generate income for the joint organisation, conducting aggregated procurement. And this is aggregated procurement. So I think what they're saying is they don't have much money to do stuff with, and they're trying to be able to get that. Because, for example, the staff of total staff of the joint organisation is 5, I think, 6.
Yeah, well, just a comment.
Yeah, noted. Are you recommending?
Yes, yeah, you don't have a choice.
Okay, I'll put the motion. Sorry.
Just one brief comment or question. It's always amused me when you get recommendations like number 2, advise central of the decision. I think it's totally superfluous. It's implicit in number 1. Can we stop doing that? It's not as though we're not going to advise.
Well, no, perhaps. Some things we need to actually put that in there, but I agree, in this case, it's probably superfluous.
Yes.
But we'll still vote on that superfluous
Oh, yeah.
recommendation at this stage. Olin, you've got something to say?
Well, through the chair, I can just add to that, that there is a formality of completing a form to submit back to Centroc as a participant. So that's all that is formality of recommendation and that form being sent back that we're participating.
All in favour? All right. And item 1302, supply of road-based material, tender T2022/2. The recommendation is that council nominate the open tendering method as prescribed in accordance with clause 166 alpha of the local government regulation 2005 for the supply of road-based materials for use on council capital and maintenance works. And paragraph 2, at the conclusion of the tender period, a report will be provided at the next available ordinary council meeting for selection of a suitably qualified supplier or suppliers. Do I have a mover? Councillor McCarthy and Councillor McKechnie. Councillor McCarthy.
I'm happy for this to go out to tender. The only thing that concerns me is that you can get a price and the material doesn't bind and your road falls apart. So somewhere out there in this selection of tender, there must be a statement that has some sort of body to bind and operate from what we require to buy. You've only got to take the 3 kilometres that RMS done. And the first thing Peter Stitt says, we were sold poor quality material. But somewhere along the line, someone must have realised it wasn't good for what they wanted. And it lasted for maybe 15 months. But we need to also know that this material is what we need for our road use, not only the price.
Yeah, through the chair, certainly the tender would call for a specification in terms of differing types of materials, so whether it's a pre-qualified meaning pre-qualified specifications or a NATA accredited laboratory, or whether it's a raw product. So we would be asking for varying types, grades, material. So holistically, subject to the job that's being applied to, then is the opportunity to select the requirements. So if it's Transport for New South Wales job, certainly it would need to meet their benchmarks.
Well, shouldn't we set that as our benchmark as well?
Yeah, again, certainly as what I'm saying is that we horses for courses to suit the job and requirement. So yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only comment I have is 2 comments. Actually, we have to go to the open tendering method. Is there any quality control? Well, I imagine the specifications and for the different grades of material that we'll be purchasing, but is there any quality control on it when it's delivered? Is there if we think it doesn't meet the specification that we put in the tender, or we find that it doesn't meet those specifications, is there any quality control or any responsibility on the supplier to replace it? Or
Yeah, for the chair, certainly they must always produce a graded material. Once it is graded, it's kept in stockpile in a certain area, and they should only be producing or giving us that certified material, of course. But if there is a concern, no doubt we can call for certain or more certificates, certification on it, and all, if there's certainly an evidence of the failure, we can call for replacement product, no doubt.
yeah, I guess my question is, if we're ordering multiple tons of material, are we checking it quality wise before it's used, before any of it's used?
Yeah, through the chair, certainly we do regular checks, discussions with quarries. Again, subject to what type of material we do need. There will be visitations and the like, and all call for certification to ensure that it meets the benchmarks.
So those inspections or those quality checks, are they formalised and kept on record?
Through the chair, yes, certainly for those projects, and again, Transport for New South Wales is and us, no doubt.
Yeah, us.
We do call for certainly that certification. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll support the recommendation.
Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following on, similar thoughts to Councillor McKechnie. Because this is very crucial for our works program, and heard Councillor Tucker before, talking about the roads audit and quality. We have currently 2 quarries. Do we envisage that there'll be other quarries in the Oberon council area providing responses to our request for tender on this? Do you believe that the other quarries will be predominantly in Oberon?
Through the chair, this is an open market tender, so it don't necessarily need to be within the Oberon area. I mean, it could be a multitude for our consideration.
My question is, if this is crucial to, and I believe it is crucial, is it in our own interest to do spot core tests at the quarries from where we receive tenders, and also do we do spot core tests or sample tests of material as it arrives every now and again to just verify? You said we inspect and we may get additional certificates. But I've had companies before where we actually do our own sample testing and send it off to NADA, or do core tests as appropriate on spot occasions to make sure that the material you're getting is up to what the specification says. If you don't do that, then if companies know that you're going to do spot checks yourself rather than just rely on their data, they tend to be more careful in making sure you get the product you want. I don't want to veer into the operational area, but I'm just suggesting that this may be an area that needs to be investigated, because I know that the quality of this material is crucial to our roads.
Yeah, that's right. So through the chair, certainly we would, if we suspect, and the certificates, depending on how current they are, can call for additional certification, no doubt, or we'll take samples ourselves and do that. Not unlike concrete, so we can randomly take full cylinder tests, compressive strength of concrete over 28 days or whatever we call for. So it's the same time, and that's certainly, if we suspect there's an issue, we will take samples.
I've seen quarries where they've got 2 areas, and they give you the samples from this one, but you end up getting the stuff material from this side or something else. So I think we need to be maybe a little bit more robust in this period, in this area, but I defer to people who are expert in roads.
I would make an observation that the quality of the certification is directly related to the quality of the tests you do.
Yes, that's what I've been. We've all been know what can happen, so I just suggest that we maybe should be doing.
Through the chair, whilst this report simply seeks the open tender method for it, as part of that scope, we could potentially indicate to them that in a contract, this additional provision will be made available to us.
Yeah, that we may do spot checks and spot core samples. I think that's very
I'd
good.
probably go one step further and say that if that's part of it, they need to pay for it. We just need to be on site to see that they're taking the right stuff.
Well, there's an independence factor. If we do it, then we control it too. But anyway, that's, yeah.
As part of the tender, we should include that.
All right, any other comments?
I'm interested to hear maybe Councillor Tucker, you've got a view on this? Sorry, I put you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have any comments on the points that you were talking about. I did write myself a whole page of some other queries, but then I thought that they're really more appropriate for when the next report comes back, and I decided to leave it until that time.
Any more comments? All right, I'll put the motion. All in favour? All right, page 58. Now, this is item 1303, and that also covers off on Councillor McCarthy's earlier notice of motion. This is for Foggabolla Road proposed sectional road realignment. The recommendation is that council proceed with the creation of a new road alignment to a section of the Foggabolla Road, eliminating the existing acute bend on this road. Council allocate funding from section 711 rural roads to the amount of up to $35,000 to complete the acquisition works in advance of constructing a new section of unsealed road pavement. Do I have a mover? Councillor McCarthy, seconder. Councillor McKibben. Councillor McCarthy.
The report's pretty straightforward, Mr. Mayor. This is only one of the acute corners on the Foggabolla Road, but in my notice of motion was that the reason I thought we should proceed with this, we have a willing participant that's prepared to give us the land in lieu of fencing, and I thought by memory that the last one we tried to do out in the Beaconsfield Road, I thought we were over 125,000 to do an acute corner out there. And I think that the person's now rescinded that action. So anyway, like just give you an idea of how much some of these things can cost. So yeah, I think the 35,000 out of the section 94, which has got to be spent on rural roads. So you know, we've got our source, we've got the option, and it's up to the councillors to see if they want to go ahead with it. And I think we can actually do the road works once we've acquired the land by doing backloads of bringing gravel in. In other words, we can't dig it out because the fibre optic and the gas line sits there. So, and the ground's pretty substantially stable. So I think if we can secure backloads there to bring it through, and we should be able to build the rest of the road pretty competitively.
Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to second this. I think the fencing cost for maybe I think the Director of Technical Services, whether it was 500 metres included the realignment or it was an addition, and I think there was a bit of uncertainty sit there, so he's allowed for 20,000, which probably gets up to 800 metres. I'm hoping we can save a little bit on that, because even with the increase in fencing costs, it's usually with labour about 16 to 18,000 a kilometre. So we should hopefully be able to do 8,000 to 9,000 and say 1,000 for removal of the old fence. I'm hoping we can do it for 10 or 11,000. So, but I know we're accepting the up to 30. I'm just making the comment that I hope we can do it for a little bit less than the fencing, for a little bit less than that.
Are you going to do it then?
No, I'm not going to do it, but I think the quotes I've given are what I can get it done for.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
With a bit of risk on top.
Councillor Trimbar.
I have a question regarding this road. I've driven this road, but I've never met one car on it. And I just sort of a little bit questioning why would we go and spend money on the road that clearly doesn't get much use. And we just talked about very expensive roadworks that need to be done. And this starts at possibly 35,000, but then future road improvement works can be undertaken when funding permits. So I just think there's more important roads to be fixed unless it's a black spot or there's been many accidents, or I don't see the reason behind why this one road has been picked up when I've driven it myself and haven't met a car. And I don't even remember this bend being a problem.
I was just hoping I can just address some of Councillor Trembett's issues. That bend that's in question is a very sharp elbow, and it is actually quite a busy road if you're on it regularly. And then you've got the question of trucks bringing stock, and sometimes there are forest trucks that also cut across this road, and that bend is actually quite dangerous.
Okay.
Yeah.
My experience at one
So,
time.
the reason why this has been supported by a council report is purely on the basis that council has traditionally, where they can, tried to look at ways to remove 90-degree bends, especially on unsealed roads. I think Councillor McCarthy advised of another one on Beaconsfield Road where it was quite a bit. Now, it was also quite a bit because the landowner said that's what they wanted for it, not necessarily what the cost to remove it was, but that's the by-by. The report's been provided because traditionally council has an interest in trying to minimise the number of 90-degree or high turn corners on rural roads. We understand there is a number. This has come about because there's landowner interest to in fact sell some of their land in order to achieve that outcome. So that's the rationale behind the report.
Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. First of all, Councillor McCarthy's notice of motion talked about it being funded from section 94 rural roads. And this recommendation says from section 7.11 rural roads. And I'm not clear whether they're just two different terms for the same thing. I've never heard of section 7.11 before. Could I get an explanation of what that is and where the funds have come from and what they're reserved for?
Section 711 are the new standards under the EPA Act. That's the new number for old section 94.
Good, thank you.
The provisions haven't changed, only the numbers.
Okay, so it's developer contributions that go into that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is it intended that we would acquire the whole corner of that property from the existing intersection up to the new alignment, or would it just be a strip through the property? And if so, what happens to the little bit of the corner that's been cut off and separated by the new road?
Good question. At this point in time, I would suspect it's to add additional road reserve. If the council was of mind to sell what was left at another point in time, they have that opportunity. It'd just be a matter of.
So we'd be acquiring the whole corner.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
That's my understanding from what the landowner has indicated.
Thank you.
Can I write a reply?
Yep.
Just to clear up a few things. One thing with this road, with the closing of Hampton, the people are coming up through Taranawa in their cars going to Mayfield Gardens on their little tom-toms. But if you are out on the road on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, this is a shortcut that the people from O'Connell use to go to the garbage dip. And yeah, you meet quite a lot of people. I agree with Councillor Trembath, sometimes there's no one on the road. And then other times there's knock off from tradesmen that are coming from different spots in the district, that the road's just flat out for a short burst in the morning and in the afternoon. But one of the things I do notice is the amount of people coming to the garbage dip from O'Connell, and they use that road as a shortcut. I don't. You're only one.
All right.
380
Any other
people
comments?
there, they called that. Councillor Danny.
I'll put the motion. All in favour? Against? All right.
Sorry.
Item 1304, policy 1101, code of meeting practice. Recommendations of council place the proposed amendment to the current model code of meeting practice, policy 1101, on public exhibition for a period of 42 days, should no submission be received. The policy will be adopted as presented. For the benefit of some councillors, the item is only, if you look on this page 61, paragraph 5.19A, it is the change from only to visual. So it allows us to use audio visual instead of just audio recordings. So do I have a proposer and a seconder? Councillor McKibben, Councillor, someone different? Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also commend the council staff for doing a markup. It does make these things a lot easier and very easy to understand. Just a quick question before I move the recommendation. With the ability to live stream audio visual in June 22, when is it proposed that we would be putting through the amendment to the model code of meeting practices referenced in the third last paragraph on page 60?
Through the chair, we'll be looking to workshop that late February or March.
Does it need to be workshopped or?
Through the chair, as part of your induction as new councillors, you have a responsibility to look at those within 6 months of your term. We're proposing to do it sooner rather than later.
Also, it'll be done as part of the induction of the code of meeting practices.
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry.
And code of conduct.
But you'll have the amendment there to say that this is what we're proposing to change so that this will continue beyond June 2022.
Correct. So
I just
we've
remember,
done-
I
we've
thought it
done
was
a
December
minor-
this year, though. I thought it was earlier than
No.
that.
Through the chair, you've only been councillor since December.
Yeah.
So there's an obligation that you need to look at these documents within 6 months of you becoming a councillor. We put this one through because it's easy and there's concern over, well, we bought new technology and we're doing the audio visual, and if we don't amend this now,
Yes.
it could lapse.
Yes.
So we don't want that to happen. The major component of a review of your code of meeting practice, as well as your code of conduct, is a mandatory thing that you must do as councillors. We will workshop the entire document together, and the bits that you need to discuss and to be comfortable with as councillors, we will include or we will amend accordingly. And that will then be brought back to another council meeting and that placed on public exhibition. This document is purely to enact the audio visual component of meetings and the ability to be able to do that through audio visual means rather than just audio as our existing code of meeting practices.
So the attendance by councillors, audio visually or otherwise, at council meetings, I thought that aspect of lapses at a certain date, and I thought it was December 2020, 2022. Is that correct?
That will be part of how you will determine your model code of meeting
Okay,
practice.
so there will be a proposed amendment for that workshop that would take into account that.
I would think that there will be a number of amendments that as councillors sit here would want to be included or not as part of model codes of conduct and codes of meeting practice.
All right. Okay, as long as that's, and I know that it's, we're dealing here with the
Just a
webcasting of
one
meetings.
simple
Yes.
thing from the.
Yeah. I'm happy to move this recommendation.
Councillor Pickney.
No, nothing to add.
This is for the benefits of councillors, particularly new councillors. The code of meeting practice is like any document, it has black ink in it. It has sections which are printed in red ink, which are the areas that we have discretion to adjust. there is a significant number of them in the code of meeting practice, and they do need to be thought through quite carefully. So the workshop is the best way of doing them. And, it may take us a little while, or it may be quick, I don't know. All right. Any other comments? No? I put the recommendation, all in favour? All right, 1305, the request for waiver of tip fees. Recommendation is that the council provide $500 in kind to the Oberon Community Centre outlet to be used for disposable unwanted donated goods that are unsuitable for sale to be accepted at the Oberon tip, to be funded from section 356 donations allocation. And 2, the council place the request on public exhibition for a period of 28 days. Should no submissions be received during that time, the allocation will be made to the Oberon Community Centre outlet by way of tip vouchers. Do I have a mover? Councillor Gibbon and Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note that the Oberon Community Centre provides valuable recycling or a place for recycling, and that they'll obviously, in doing that, will on occasions obtain unwanted goods that cannot be recycled. So I think this is encouraging recycling, while at the same time realising the reality of the situation that certain things can't be recycled. So I'm very happy to move the recommendation. I would just ask that in the heading it says request for waiver. I think there's an R missing off waive. But apart from that, that doesn't affect the recommendation, so I'm more than happy to move the recommendation.
Councillor McCarthy.
It's pretty straightforward. They do a good job there. My only disappointment is that we really should exclude mattresses, but anyway, we can't do that one.
That's what it was in there. All right, thank you. Anyone else? To the motion, all in favour? That's unanimous. Item 1306, Oberon Sport Complex Council Working Party. The council support the recommendations outlined in the report and nominate 2 councillors to sit on the working party. Mover, and seconder, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor McKibben. Councillor McCarthy.
Just put this up at the previous meeting to try and get this moved forward. We've been going on with just reports back. I think one of the proponents we're dealing with goes forward at a rapid pace. I think we, as a council, need to turn that around and form a committee and get this going so that we either do this or we step away from it. And as one of the people that spoke prior to the meeting here is, if you go over with Junior League and something over there, you cannot hear the referees on the field. And that's the $2 million that Four Tools given us is only a peppercorn, because they got the benefit of supplying their material to that factory, which is state government owned, creating the problem that we've got to move these fields. So what we need to do is get this going. I take it the DA's approved now, is it? We need to sack that person.
No, that's the
Hey?
That's a JRPP.
It's a GRPP.
The people, this is what I can't understand. We engage people that know the JAP requirements. So all this should be there, ready to go through. If you get what I mean, like if you've got to go and have a traffic plan that you know off that roundabout, that you've got to have a traffic lane. The people that we engage to do this should know what's going on, so the RTA don't come back at you. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, saying it's with the JRPP.
Hey?
I understand the comment that council's made, that as part of an integrated authority, each integrated authority has the potential to come back and ask for additional information. So regardless of what you put in as an applicant, they have that ability to ask for that information. That's the process.
I realise that, but if you already do submit what's required, then they don't have to come back to you. In other words, if you need a 500 metre slip lane off that roundabout. Our consultant should have known that.
Councillor McCarthy, this is
I-
getting away from.
I know it is.
from the motion, and I'd like to get on with the motion.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you for your, what's that, flexibility.
And Councillor McKibben.
No, I'm happy. I think we need a committee to keep this going ahead and to involve, to make the community feel that they're more involved, as I think they have been, but obviously there's a feeling out there that they're not being involved sufficiently.
Okay.
How are we going to decide who's going on?
Well, yeah, the report didn't say that.
Do you want nominations?
There are two issues. Again, there are no terms of reference. We need to have terms of reference. And the other thing is the working party needs to be both council and all interested sporting organisations. Because although it's the potential playing surfaces for rugby league, netball and potentially hockey, the access and availability of the recreational facilities in the main building will be open or should be open to all sporting groups within the community.
I agree with that. Well, I can agree with it.
So
Through the chair, the report highlights that the role of this group would be to put a set of terms together for council's review. So whilst I understand your comment, I think that at this point in time, if we can get the group organised, we can then come back to council with what they believe the terms of reference should look like. That would be the time that you can have that discussion. If that helps.
my preference would be that the two councillors who are currently on the sporting committee, I think that's Councillor McCarthy and Trembath, are on this one. I think the general manager and I should be on it because although I haven't taken part in any negotiations as yet, I am the one that is now delegated to do so along with the general manager. And then the rest of it is about groups from within the sporting community nominating their people. Now, I'm very happy to have a long discussion about this, but I think that's a starting point anyway.
I think the whole of council should.
The whole of council will be involved in making the strategic decisions. And it doesn't mean if you're not on the group that you can't provide input to it. But decision making becomes more difficult when you have 9 people plus all the sporting communities. And this is a working group. It's not a committee, so it has much less power. But what it has the power to do is to recommend things to council, which is all of us. And that's where the ability of council to this council to oversight the working group comes from.
Sorry, Mr. Ferry, are you proposing an amendment to the recommendation to follow what you just indicated and reference the terms of reference? Because I think I've seconded it, but I would be happy with that if it was more specific. Yes.
Can I just say through the chair, the recommendation is to support the recommendations outlined in the report. The report highlights that once the committee is established, a set of terms is developed, and then that's reported back to council. So what you are asking is within the report. I'm simply trying to minimise the angst, given that council needs to resolve what they want to do for this committee, this working party. And the terms will then dictate who this working party reports to, because it could report back through the sports facilities committee.
But we haven't got a recommendation that actually says who's going to sit on this. So we assume that the general manager and the mayor will sit on it because of their negotiations with board and other entities involved with this previously, including state government, I think. And there's been a proposal that the people on the sports committee should be the other council delegates on this committee. But that shouldn't that be subject to a recommendation if that's what we're proposing? So it needs a number 2. So I'm asking, that's what I'm asking the mayor if he's proposing an amendment
Yeah.
or an addition.
I was proposing initially just to get people thinking about what it would be. I'm happy to make it an amendment, and we'll do so, but it's just a starting point. And we may have a series of amendments after that, and that's fine, but we'll get to a place. So
I'd put this amendment.
So I am proposing an amendment. The council leave it the current one, this is the preamble. And nominate 2 councillors for the work party, being Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Trembath. As well as the General Manager and Mayor. And that's rugby league, hockey and netball communities have delegates, and other sporting organisations in Oberon also have the opportunity to send delegates. It's clunky yet, but we'll get there.
I think Sharon's doing it better.
Yeah.
She's
doing
that.
She's doing every 3 years.
And I think that should be in 3 parts.
Yeah.
Doing a good job.
Fourth part is other sporting organisations.
And be invited, BE, I think it should be. Yep.
Anything else?
Do I have a seconder? Five. Councillor McCarthy.
I can't.
You can't,
No, I can't.
that's why I can't see
Yeah,
it.
so, another seconder? Councillor Tucker.
Yep.
All right, I've already spoken to that formally. I think that I'm not going to take up extra time. Councillor Tucker.
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor McKechnie?
Just one. Last meeting, I was appointed to the Sports Facilities Committee. Obviously, I'm not on anymore, but
Were you an alternate or? 'cause I thought
It doesn't say off.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
no, I'm happy to be offered.
I'm happy to put you on it.
No, I'm happy to be offered. Thank
I'm
you.
happy for you to be an alternate, if you like.
There is 3 on the sports facilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 3, then that's.
There's only one way to slow some. The best way to slow something down is put too many people on the committee.
I'm happy to.
I'm happy to be offered. I've got a pride card.
We can, okay.
There's an alternate.
Could I suggest alternate?
Yeah.
No, that's right.
Okay. Councillor McCarthy.
Mr. Mayor, I'd rather step back off the committee. I think Mr. McKechnie's information and what he knows about engineering and things like that, and the relationship with board. Yeah, I think he should be on the committee, whether we have the three or not. I honestly think it was just an oversight, and we should have the three people on it. I don't think it'll slow down, because I don't think there'll be any dallying about. We're just going to have to address all these things and get on with it. But yeah, I think Councillor McKechnie would be a great asset on that committee if he was change his mind.
Yeah, I'll support that too. I think with Councillor McKechnie's contact with sporting clubs and his previous contacts with board, etc., I think he'd be a good addition to the committee.
Well, I'll go as an alternate. We'll be invited to all the meetings.
Yes.
And I'll go as an alternate because that'll work.
Do I need to change it or?
I'd like to say as an alternate. For me. Yeah, good.
Comments, input? Councillor Tucker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions about the sports complex as such, but it's not really about the formation of the working party. So if you think that's not related to the topic, I'm happy to leave it another time. I'm just interested to know about, based on the current layout, and I know that could change subject to the work of this working party, but do we have any very broad cost estimates based on that current layout, and how do they compare with the almost $7 million currently available?
Through the chair, we're working on that now with the partner. I'll leave it there in public. And that's ongoing. I'm just
Yeah, okay. As I said, I wasn't sure if now's the right time to ask these questions anyway. Secondly, based on what Mr. Sullivan said earlier, I understand that the complex would come under council ownership.
Absolutely.
Yep. And final question is just if you can broadly outline what the arrangements for the league's club itself would be, as opposed to the football side, but the actual club.
Through the chair at this point in time, the scope of the project is like for like current day standard. So a league's club would need to be incorporated as part of that development.
Yes, but the area where that league's club sits would be owned by the league's club, not by council, or owned by council. And
no, it'll be all under council ownership, as it is at the moment.
With some sort of lease to the club for the club.
I'll preface it by saying that that will be a decision for council at the appointed time.
Okay.
However, I don't see why there would be a change, but I can't. It'll be a council decision to make.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Some of the facts tended to early on tonight aren't quite correct. I don't think the amount of money was correct. To what council paid for that ground and what it's valued at. So.
Oh, you mean the 4.8 million for the rugby league ground?
Yeah, so
I think that's
I'm just I don't want to go into a debate, but yeah, and I don't know whether Council Tucker knows that the Oberon Council own the league club.
Yeah.
At the moment, the way it's the actual league club people went on. For sake of a better word, come to council and approach them us to buy it after they had quite a high debt. So the council owned the whole facility.
I just have a small question. If that land, and it is a small question, if that land is sold to the person,
if it's sold,
right?
Yep.
What's going to be happening to that land?
through the chair, if you sell a parcel of land, it'll be open for whatever the uses that are
Would we have,
permissible on that land.
would we have the factory coming closer to town again? Would it be,
Through the chair, once again, I'm going to be very succinct in my answers, but that's an unknown.
There is the issue of how close an industrial site can come. It's used for administration, that's a different matter. It's used for production, there is limits to how close it can come to that.
Through the chair, before we get to that, that's not exactly right. There would be limits to what and what use is permissible on that zoned land that is approved for use. And a number of things would need to occur depending on what that use was. I don't know is the answer to your question. I'm trying to stipulate that under the, I know what it's zoned. The land is currently zoned industrial. The sports facility, the sports ground is zoned industrial. So as such, any industry that gets approval to go on that land can go on that land.
But this will be a decision point.
This will be another matter for council or the state to deal with.
And at the moment, we haven't even got an agreement with the partner, quote unquote. Until we get a degree of certainty with that, we really can't progress. No reason why the work party can't put things together and start doing some of the negotiation with the varying sporting organisations and understanding what they want or what they need. You know, sure as hell, hockey's a lot different from netball, and they've got all different needs.
Through the chair, just to make it easy for council, I indicated to councils as part of our ongoing development that I'll be doing, giving you some briefings on different things and projects that we have. Last week we did the hub before our briefing. The next one I think I'll do is the sports ground to give council some indication on where we're up to in that.
let me just ask one more quick question. Regardless of any proponent purchasing any land, council can still progress with its sports ground undergrounds, can't it?
Through the chair, we currently have approximately $7 million in grant funds to do something. We have a plan A and we have a plan B, and we're progressing towards plan A. But yes, you're right. There is $7 million to do that.
I don't think we're getting the $4.8 million extra we got the other last year.
And there's 15 million that we can apply for now.
That's true, but that's spread out a long way. Okay. Any other comments? All right, I'll put the motion in the four parts.
Put the amendment.
Oh, sorry, the amendment. The amendment, I put the amendment in 4 parts. You wish me to read it out? Okay. Put the amendment, all those in favour? Unanimous, so the amendment now becomes a motion. And I put the motion. All in favour? Approved. All right, item 1401, the monthly activity report for the general manager. The recommendation is that the report for item 1401 is received as information. Do I have a mover? Give it a seconder. Sorry.
I have some questions.
Well, you'll get to that. Can I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Trimber, Councillor McGibbon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Extensive report. I just, and it may appear, and I know it's in the action items across the for all council areas, but might be appropriate here. I just wonder where we're going with the STP, because I'm obviously concerned that we have received some indicative pricing some time ago for this. We do seem to have gone from last year into a bit of, we did a few things to try and ensure that this could continue on during the what's it called, the period between two councils taking effect. Caretaker period, thank you for those words. But we haven't seemed to have an update, and to my mind, this is a crucial project for Oberon. I'm worried about cost escalation and everything else in the current climate. So I just want to know if we're going to meet, if the working committee is going to be meeting. We're falling behind, I believe, in what was our original timeline. So can you just give us an update on that, please? Because I know there have been some health issues, but despite the health issues, we really need to get this going.
Through the chair, there's been significant health issues with our special projects engineer. That person is now getting better, and I'm looking to have that as soon as that is available.
Okay, but if it continues to be an ongoing health issue,
if it continues to be an ongoing, we have to look at
an alternative arrangement, because as we all know, pricing for materials and labour is escalating, and
even though that's the case, we do have a good relationship with the contractor who is putting the design and construct together for us, and we do talk to those people on a semi-regular basis who are putting this together. Before the health issue, there was a number of meetings that we had trying to get the best possible outcome for the facility. In fact, what they've done was reduce the costs associated with that, so that will go some way to alleviate some of the concerns that you raised, which are quite relevant. But I would like our special projects who's had integral parts and conversations with all the right players in the room, so we're all over the right information at the right time. Even if that's a Zoom meeting that we have to set up to have that, that's what we'll be looking to do.
well, I believe it's getting to a crucial area, and even if it is a Zoom meeting, I certainly don't have a problem with that.
Yep.
And then, because I assume that then we will need some quick decisions by the whole of council.
Absolutely. Everything in this process has been done through decisions made by the whole.
Exactly. So I'm also aware that we need to, move it along, as I said.
Councillor McKibben, on a positive note, and hasn't appeared in my mayoral minute because it only happened at the end of last week, was a very powerful letter of recommendation from Andrew G to the funding authority for our grant fund, our grant. It was
that 2.3 million, or was it bigger?
Yeah. And it was a very, very strong recommendation. He went out of his way to be pretty forceful.
Fantastic.
So I'm encouraged by that.
It's just that with the increase in costs, that grant may only cover the increase in costs of the way things are going. I have a number of questions which I did raise with you, General Manager, so I will read them. And it relates principally to page 68, about a third of the way down, and the number of separations in the last 3 months. I'm just asking, for what areas of operations did these departures occur? Do you want me to read them all and then ask, or do you want me to?
Through the chair, you read yours first, and then I'll read my response, so it flows.
Okay, all right, I'm happy with that. I'm not particular on how it occurs.
Yep.
The reasons for such a high level of departures, to the extent they can be revealed, whether there are likely to be any more departures, whether these departures have any impact on the morale or health of other council workers, the likely or potential effects on council's delivery plan for 2020-22 and capital works program. Noting that the Director of Technical Services raised in his report some resourcing issues, whether council policies have responded appropriately in a timely fashion to these departures. And obviously you'll appreciate the council, this is not a question, it's just a comment that the council have a duty to their staff for health, safety and well-being, and to understand if the work environment is not, and to understand if the work environment is not conducive to a safe, effective and productive work. Of course, our community demands this of us as councillors.
So firstly, thank you for giving me the question beforehand so I can adequately address it. But in relation to the questions posed, I have the following responses. Currently, council has 76 full-time equivalent employees on staff. Over the last 6 months, council has seen departures increase beyond what we would consider normal. However, currently, it is normal in this environment, especially in the labour force, both locally, regionally and statewide. The Great Resignation only needs to be put into a Google search engine to validate the fact. Council is seeing departures across the organisation and we are actively seeking to have those positions filled. This is reported monthly within the General Manager's monthly activity, where I provide an overview of where those discrepancies or where those actions are. I note the commentary regarding the concern with work health and safety matters and direct councillors to the WHS update on page 67 of this report. You can see that in this space, council is tracking very well, which I hope addresses the concerns and queries of the council. The council's query regarding the ongoing operational plan and the potential impacts on staff turnover, I can advise that where there is a staff shortage, appropriate short-term contractors have been engaged to assist in delivering one of the biggest operational plans on record. That with the appropriate processes implemented, at this stage it is not anticipated there will be any adverse impacts on the delivery of the operational plan. Should this vary, council will be made aware. The more pressing issue for councils across New South Wales and us is the current COVID pandemic and the continued need to isolation of staff. Finally, in relation to council policies, I advise that a number exists to assist council in this area. Council prides itself on its wellbeing policies endorsed by council, the WHS policies which help keep our staff safe, and the industrial policies that allow for due process to occur, due process to be conducted under the legislative requirements of the 2020 award. Everyone has a responsibility for work health and safety, with the person conducting the business undertaking sitting directly with the General Manager. I take this responsibility very seriously and react accordingly to keep staff safe. This is currently outlined within Council's work health and safety policy. I hope and trust that this adequately addresses the queries that have been raised.
I just say that we haven't had so many employees separate. I understand what you're saying, it's occurring, but a 3-month period, 15% is very high. And I have looked with other councils and they certainly in 3 months haven't had 15% of their workforce, I believe, to separate. It just seems highly unusual that there is such a high separation rate in a 3-month period, noting that there was none in September, none in October, and then suddenly November, December, January, we go to 10.
Councillor, I think you noted my response that I've indicated over the last 6 months, we've seen a change.
I note your comments. As I said, I have looked at other council and I haven't seen 15% of their workforce go in 3 months. But that's a comment I make. That's all I have. I'm happy to move the report be accepted by council.
I just have one comment. I did look at the numbers myself, and my position was I presumed it's a lot of the COVID and the Great Resignation that we are seeing. I mean, you said you looked at other councils, and I had written down that question for Gary to say, how would that compare to, say, Bathurst or Bladney or Lithgow? Do we sort of understand what their movements are? And you might have the answer to that question. The other thing is I've worked in corporations where 100% turnover is pretty normal and it's accepted, and just it's not great, but it happens.
Through the chair, as I've indicated before, this is not normal, but it's normal in the industry that we're seeing.
Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, a couple of issues with this report. I had the same concerns regarding the staff turnover, how long were they here and why did they go? But I also have a concern on page 65 and 66. I notice we're talking a lot about vaccinated staff. What about your unvaccinated staff?
Through the chair, we only have one unvaccinated staff.
But still, this is very ambiguous to just list it as being of one. Why not just say staff and leave that little portion out? Instead of writing vaccinated staff should take a RAT test as soon as possible, why not just say staff should?
Your issues are noted. I'll take it to comment. Any other comments? Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of quick questions. First is at the bottom of page 68 under recruitment. I'm interested to the extent that the General Manager is able to comment on the degree of interest in the CFO position. And secondly, request an update on what's happening with permanently filling the Director's position, please.
Through the chair, can I tell you next Thursday? Tuesday. We're going through a recruitment phase for the 4th time for our CFO. What we've done is change tact in how we name that position. We've renamed it a financial manager. There has been no change to the delegations or the requirements. We've just changed the name of the position, and we are interviewing 4 candidates next week, which is very exciting from what we've had before. In regards to the director, you're currently in the vicinity of an acting director. Once the new position for finance manager / CFO / financial controller is put in place, we'll be quickly making a decision on how we proceed with the advertisement for the director.
Thank you. And my other quick question is on page 72, near the bottom, 4th of Feb. It's really just my own curiosity, because I've been involved in this area previously. Meeting with Brian Harmon, Regional and Caves Advisory Committee. I haven't heard of that committee before. Is that part of the overall National Parks Advisory Committee?
No, it's a committee that's been put together through the trust to oversee the improvements and ongoing updates to Genoa and Caves itself.
Right.
Brian Harmon, as a person that's got extensive knowledge of Genoa and Caves, was asked to sit on that as a community representative. He just come along to give me an update on where they're up to and asked a few questions of council to see if he could facilitate some work. He's, as you're no doubt aware, he is huge into fire mitigation, and the last thing he wants to see is a lot of money spent on a facility and then fire that we've had less than 2 years ago.
Thank you. I just hadn't heard of the committee before.
Yeah.
That was all. Thank you.
Well, that's what it is.
Okay. Councillor McCarthy.
Just one to the General Manager. If someone lodges a complaint, it goes to HR, is that right?
Through the chair, that depends on what the complaint is.
Okay,
It'll go through our complaints handling policy.
so you got, and where do they lodge that? Do they put in an envelope, put in a box, or what? Who does it go to?
Direct it to the general manager.
Okay, so someone lower down goes to their director and then it goes up the chain and it's recorded?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
It just depends on what that is.
all right. So say for instance, I take offence with someone hypothetically,
Yeah.
it's taken in the truck with,
Yep.
which our policy
Yep,
Including
it's easy to
states.
do.
So does that then go to Chris or someone like that, and then Chris deals with it? Is it recorded?
If there's a complaint made, yes.
That's okay, thank you.
Any more? Right, put the motion that the general manager report being received as information. All in favour? Item 1402, the monthly activity report for planning and development. And the recommendation is that the report be item 1402 is received as information. So I'll move it. Councillor McGibbon and someone else, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of report, if I could ask a couple of questions of the director as part of the recommendation. Paragraph 1 on page 73 notes that it was a very busy month in November, December and January 22, with more than double the previous year's development applications lodged. I note that, and I'm assuming that the tables on page 76 and 77 also reflect that, because I note that in particular on 76 about the fifth column down in the applications lodged table, there's one lodge on the 28th of September 21, where the review was commenced 16th of November and still hasn't had a determination, in essence had a determination in the last few days. So that's quite a lengthy period. We're looking at 28th September. We're now into, that's October, November, December, 3 months, 4 months, 4.5, 5 months nearly. Sorry, if you look in the applications lodged table, go to the first line shaded a pinky color or orangey color.
Yep.
Then go 3 down from that. It's 10.2021-71-1.
Yep.
Lodged. And remember, we said lodged was the date when everything was put in and was needed to be lodged, rather than the date that the subportal was open. So the commencement date for review of that was the 16th of November, yet we still haven't received a determination and there's been no stop the clock date. So that's been nearly 5 months. Because it was lodged the 28th of September. And so if you say October, November, December, January, and half of thing, it's 4.5 months. And there are a number of others. Obviously, there's one, there's one about 4 down, the 7th of October, started to look at the 12th of October, and again, hasn't had a determination. So there are quite a few outstanding, I appreciate. Is there any, and I know you've already engaged contractors to assist, is there any means of sort of alleviating this backlog?
Through the chair, thank you for the question.
There are a number more. I've just gone to the oldest. And I'm not,
without knowing the application in front of on the page you're referring to, I'm happy to take that on notice and come back with an update of where those applications are up to, and potential reason that we may have missed the stop the clock. I'm not too sure, but there could be a reason behind those delays in the applications. Again, staffing has been an issue, but
So, I mean, there's more 4th of November, 8th of November, sort of, they start to review, but so there's quite a few. I haven't gone through the December ones. I just sort of dealt with the earlier ones. So most of the ones on page 76 that don't have a determined date or a determination date or stop the clock date. Thank you. I note that there are still issues with the planning portal through, I assume, Department of Planning, DPIE, and they still have teething problems.
Through the chair, that's been 2 years.
Yes. Thank you, but I think that should be noted. In under the Oberon waste facility, 73, oh, sorry, on page 73, last fourth of the page. And it talks about mains power there. Now, I know we looked at mains power for this facility, but then, and maybe I've forgotten something, but on 74, it talks about solar power for the facility has been scoped, a contractor engaged to complete the works, anticipated that solar panel will provide more than enough power, including battery backup, to adequately run the facility. So can you just remind me what we're getting the overhead power for, if that's
Through the chair, I think that facility means the shed.
The office,
okay, not the whole lot. No, I read it as being the whole facility, and I'm thinking, I thought that was the case, we needed power to run the rest of it. So,
Sorry, I think that.
including the Weybridge, I think it was, wasn't it?
that would need the main.
That's what made the main. Okay, fine. Obviously my misunderstanding. All right, I think the only other thing that I thought was of interest, if I couldn't go to page 81. The two graphs of the number of cats and dogs in town in 2021. I understood the top graph, and that was 2021. Then I'm assuming the one below, obviously is 2022, which has got nothing in the dark blue, the green, or the brown orangey for cats, the green for dogs, and the 2022 carryover. Now, but it's got the 2021 cats and dogs line, but at the end of it, it's right up in the air, whereas the graph above for December is right down, and I'm thinking it should replicate what's above. So I'm just not understanding that, but maybe that's I don't understand cats and dogs in town.
So through the chair, the graph above, the blue line represents 20 into 21.
Yes.
The one in 22 represents what the 21 dogs and cats total were. So the reason why that's high is because there was 6 impounded in 21. So does that make sense?
Number of cats and dogs encountered in 2022. Maybe it was a cat that had kittens.
Look, I think I'll leave it.
Let's move on.
I think we'll leave it. I'm happy to move this recommendation and leave the graphs.
Question to this.
Hang on. The
Yeah,
second
no,
one we go
okay.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things why we pushed to get this table in there, commencement dates show that we have 43 applications that haven't even been commenced. 43. I know that there's people out there waiting on their house plans to be supplied. They can't start because they can't get the thing off council to get started, and it's been in for a long time. So don't we need more staff in this? Shouldn't we be throwing more resources? And as indicated before, the general manager said he was prepared to stand up as he's the planner. So shouldn't we be acting on this, Director?
Hang on, that's a my question. Through the chair, we're actively trying to recruit in this space. It's traditionally difficult. We've interviewed for that position, and my understanding is that it's ongoing, that we should have some sort of indication soon in a planning space. We continue to support it through a number of contractors in this space in order to deal with this. I also have to make sure that our budgets don't escalate to a point where you ask me questions about why I've mismanaged employment operations in this space. So we have to do it within our budgetary means, which is what we're trying to do.
Mr. Manager, I don't agree with you there, because the people lodge a fee, and the fee is for that service. So we need bums on seats to get these approved. I'm sorry, but it doesn't wash.
The washing is that you need to have the right people to deal with the projects. And that's what we're trying to do with why recruitment. So we've got a recruitment, and in that space, because of the amount that we have, we will be possibly looking to extend those contractors in order to do that. But I have to say that we do have budgetary constraints that we need to be aware of.
But the budget matches the fee, application fee, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Not at all, councillor.
Well,
The-
what are
the-
they paying
the
the
fee-
application fee for? To have the council
to do
staff
the-
go through it?
To do the assessment.
That's right.
It doesn't necessarily meet the requirements of how much we spend on them.
Okay, all right, I'll give you that one. And up the front, it's got R&J Regulated Services. I just can't understand who are these people that we've employed to do this and why? For a start, what was commented there, you don't need mains power to run a weighbridge. I don't know where you find this, and if these people are advising you, get rid of them, because farmers loading hay and grain have battery weighbridges. So you don't need mains power. And as for the mains power, Mr. Christie Johnson tells me that he's only been given a preliminary access to have it surveyed. He hasn't given the okay to run the power lines through his property. I don't know about the other people. So please, it doesn't take that long to get a quote and approved by Essential Energy, which it has to be, designed and approved. It doesn't take that long as this process has been taken. Because when was it, back in October, when we met out there, Chris, that, you know,
Through the chair, Integral's contractor is the one assisting in this process, and they're the ones who are doing this.
who's that?
Essentials, yes, they have been engaged to do this process for us, so we can't do it any quicker than the person who we engaged to do it.
Okay, mate.
So they are the ones that are doing this on our behalf to try and short track that process that we're looking at.
Have we got an update report from?
Through the chair at the minute, they're looking at alternate options in terms of seeking, there was a letter of objection from one of those property owners. So they're looking at alternative options now for us, as opposed to running the power potentially back up and closing up road as a bundled curve. And so that's what we've asked. We would like to go back to the opposing property owner to have more further discussions, just to clarify exactly their objections. And see if there is any other room for overturning that decision of what they've indicated to date.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing I see we didn't trial the Terry handle, that's fair enough. The other thing I'm disappointed in is we've started this office out there. We put a 3,000 litre septic tank in, and it's a pump out. So in other words, thing gets full, you pump 1,000 litres out of it, because you can't pump it right out, because it'll pop out of the ground. So we have this thing now that every fortnight or every so many days, we have this massive cost of having someone come in, a contractor, and pump this thing out. It's ludicrous. Why wasn't a septic trench put there? And if it's too close, why didn't we move it to the other side of the road and have the septic absorption trench? And I just can't understand it. We don't want to put a toilet in Herbie David Park because of the cost. Yet we have this massive cost out of the tip for this pump out. Like it's, I don't know what a bloke could be charging, but I'd say the vicinity $120, $150 minimum. And you can't pump all the tank out, like I said. Maybe you pump it all out, ground tank pops out of the ground. So surely goodness, didn't we do some homework and look at maybe one of them chlorinated ones where you actually put a hose out and water your trees or whatever like that? They're in other locations around the district, and it has no boundary restrictions. Sure, you put that chlorophene tablets in it.
The AWTSs, which is aerated treatment centers, still fail in Oberon. The height of them because they freeze, there's an issue with aerated. Simple trenches are a much better way of dealing with things. The decision was made for the pump out was purely, I believe, on the basis of use and the limited use that it would get, rather than spending money on a system that might not necessarily meet the requirements of how we would expect it to operate, given volumes into that system. But that doesn't stop us from not going back and putting a septic trench in, should that become an issue down the track. But the decision was made on the basis that it was the best option to initially get that service operating efficiently and effectively.
But how long have we been in the office? 3 weeks?
Less than 3 weeks, 2 weeks.
Less than 3 weeks, and it's already been called a pump out.
Through the chair, speaking of the plumber, the water there was quite a lot of water put in the tank initially to keep it down.
Okay.
He indicates, take his word as an expert, that there won't be a high need to have that pumped out because of the low use of the facility by the limited staff that's there at the moment.
Is there an alarm on it that goes off when it's high?
No, there's going to be hasn't gone on yet, but a ball system that'll come up, show the certain heights in it. That's as per the instructions from the plumber.
Okay, all right. There was another one out there too. It's got me beat at the moment. But yeah. Anyway, let's get going. If I think of it, can I come back, Mr. Mayor?
It's worth listening to.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's a quick one. I just note that it arose partly due to Councillor Carthen's comment. The bottom of page 73, JS Regulatory Services, who were the consultants we got to it, have provided advice.
Thank you. That was the thing on this.
Oh, yes, they were to advise us on what we should do with the waste the waste centre and how to improve it, and they provided quite a lengthy report. They've obviously been engaged to trial a telehandler front end loader, but have recommended a rubber tired loader, and that's at the bottom of page 73. But then on the next page, it says that they're investigating the cost of this around the trialling of a telehandler. Well, if they think that the front end loader is going to be suitable, why are they trialling the telehandler instead of the front end loader? And if it's a front end loader, I don't wish to promote anyone in particular, but I do know that Drake's Haulage have a front end loader that they may hire, and they're in Oberon. They've actually got a quote for them to do work before with their front end loader, and I believe it's rubber tired. I'm sure that some arrangement just trial that on the tip. I don't, Councillor McCarthy or McKechnie might know, or Tucker might know someone else, but I certainly know that Drake's have,
Okay, I think we've
exhausted that, but the question is, why are they trialling the telehandler, or is that an error?
Through the chair, it's the JS Regulatory's recommendation for the rubber tie, but it's council trialling the telehandler as per the motion, requirements of the motion.
all right, more.
Just under projects, third project, Oberon off lease dog park.
Please.
Can you just fix that to leash? And the independent living units, how are the carports progressing? Are they almost finished?
Through the chair, the 6-space carport has been completed. It's just the 2-car space needs to be completed. We're waiting on some roofing materials that wasn't delivered with the carports as it should have been. And we've gone back to the shed company to get that.
I know what the other one
You've got
was.
1 minute.
No, you're right. It's very important. There's no, what do you call it, description out there that the doors should be open when the generator's being used. There should be a description out there when the
A sign.
a sign to say that those doors must be up and ventilation in that room when the generator. And it needs to be there before the generator's allowed to be used.
good work on
No,
that.
through the chair also, Councillor McCarthy, the generator will be relocated to the old storage shed and be stored in there. We'll have some ventilation and that'll come back to the office and charge that. And then once the solar goes on, it'll be able to boost the batteries by turning itself on and off in the future.
What are we going to do? Run a lead across the ground?
No, the lead will come across it'll be elevated above the ground.
Okay. Okay.
It's a temporary measure until the solar.
After all the work we've done, we're running extension. Okay. Thank you.
No, this is pre the solar being put on. Councillor.
Hey,
This is a temporary measure.
but this, well, I'm a bit bewildered for the solar because I thought the main big solar was about 20,000. But I thought council asked for some solar, just enough to run the EFOS machine. And I thought that was a notice of motion. The solar requested originally was only enough to run the EFOS machine in respect that the staff go out there, if the solar panels aren't, they've got to refuse the use of this thing until there's enough sun on the batteries brought up to speed.
Through the chair, we need to give our staff the WHS requirements that says that they can go on east and turn the lights on and do the things that are in normal office.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to put the motion. 1401, 1402, all in favour? Yep. Item 1403, recommendation is that report item 1403 is received of information in the technical service report. Mover and second, please. Councillor Gibbon. Councillor Trimber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's definitely been a huge amount of work being done currently on Burriga and Campbell's River roads, and a number of other Noonan's Hill Road, to name but a few. And it's great to see the amount of activity. And I think people in the council areas are appreciating that there are a large number of potholes and a lot of roads affected by potholes, but they certainly appreciate that it has been very wet, and it's that the council has a real task ahead of it to fully maintain and keep these roads maintained with the weather conditions that we've experienced at least over the last 4 months. I suppose the only question I'd have, and it was raised the other night at a Burriga Community Association meeting, and I just asked that the Director of Technical Services could note it. And I did actually note it tonight coming in, that both on Burriga Road and on Campbell's River Road, once the activity has stopped, the work stopped, a lot of the signs still remain out, such as reduced speed, traffic control ahead, but there's no traffic control because everyone's finished work. And at the end, when you go to 60 or 40, there's no sign at the end of it that says end of work. So theoretically, if I go onto Burriga Road tonight, outside my place, I would have been going 40 kilometres an hour all the way, I believe, to Black Springs, because it was only at the end of Black Springs that I then got another 100 kilometres an hour, because there was another 40, 60 and 40 on the Campbell's River Road. But again, there wasn't something to say end of work. So does that mean I have to run the whole of the Campbell's River Road at 60 and 40? And this was raised by the community at Burriga the other night, that someone's not turning the signs down, or, you know, and what happens, as you'll appreciate in those circumstances, that people tend to ignore them after a while because, well, they're always out, they're not down. It's like people who keep their stop signs out on the road. So maybe you don't have to make a comment, but maybe just make a note to the work staff or the contractor that, you know, a little more attention to the signs might assist. There was a comment made, and I can raise it directly at the Black Springs Community Association, that there was a hell of a pothole on Dogrocks Road that has markings around it, but that has been there for over 6 weeks, and if council could do something with it. But, I can raise that via an email or something. Apart from that, I commend the Director of Technical Services on the report. Very thorough. Thank you.
Councillor Trimber.
Yeah, I think it's a great report, very detailed, and I have seen some of that with the signage, but again, I think it's just work control. It probably should be told to probably finish the job like they should and get paid for. The only other thing that I think is it's probably not communicated well enough to the community how much work you are doing and what work is ongoing. And the best piece of information I get is the Good News Week. It usually has it all in there. And I actually had a question, can I use all of this and just put it out there? Because it really does tell a good story. And you sort of get tired of people going, when are they going to fix my pothole? When are they going to do this? Where in actual fact, you do actually have a schedule of work and it should be pushed out there.
Through the chair, Good News Week is a weekly
I read it.
piece of advice and update that we give to councillors only. We also give it to staff because they sometimes don't know what other people in the organisation are doing as well.
Pieces out
Absolutely, if that's it,
Yeah.
because the Good News Week tells the right story.
It really does. It's very
about
up
what
to
we
date.
are doing.
So I suggest it should get it or a synopsis of it or a cut down, which would go to the community associations, Black Springs, O'Connell and Burrigan.
Through the chair, we generally do that through the community newsletter to give an overview on that, but it's probably too late.
Look, I think what Councillor Trembath's getting at is that we need to take the bits out of it and get it out.
Push it out.
Out there on Friday.
That is the whole reason why
And put it out.
we give it to you.
Okay. What was one of my
But
questions?
we're
I'm
talking about
happy
putting it in
to
social
push it
media.
out.
The thing is that the reason why it hasn't been used as a update to the community about what we're doing is that 9 times out of 10, what you get back is, well, they do that, but you don't do it on my road. And it opens up that conversation that we don't necessarily want to invoke.
I
Trust
think
me,
if they know,
this is what happens.
I think if they know the volume of work that's being done across
Yeah.
the whole of,
I
it's not just localized spots.
Yeah.
They might see the O'Connell Road or they might see that.
I absolutely know, which is why we give it to our councillors so they can also assist in getting that
Well, I
information
will
out
help
there.
with that.
But occasionally there are things in it that probably are not relevant, and that's a concern.
And that's fine, and that's where judgment needs to be
Discretion.
exercised. Good news bits like the work that the technical service department is doing and other departments.
The most complaints we get are about roads, so that's the piece that should be
And
communicated.
just to appease Councillor McKibben, there are often times when we do a Good News Week for staff and we do a Good News Week for councillors. If there are times when we're giving you a Good News Week for councillors, there is a reason behind it. So some of the information in that might not be for public dissemination.
Well-
So we try not to do that because we're trying to give that message to you all, but sometimes we use that as an avenue to provide information to you.
Compliments to the lovely lady that puts it together.
Okay. Any other
She notes your comments.
Councillor Carthy.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. One thing very good on the Lowesmount Road, we'll kick that off that way first. Noonan's Hill Road, have we achieved the 7-metre road construction and the 6-metre seal?
Good man. Not in all localities. The difficulty being around the rock, the bedrock. If we started hammering or chipping away, there's also the Port New South Wales pipeline through that location. So we had to make a well-educated decision with Port New South Wales as to what we could do and what we couldn't do. So yeah, there's only a minor or a couple of minor locations that it doesn't meet the 7-metre spec.
Okay, and then on the Campbell's River Road, I don't know, I've left a message for Gary that a truck went over on Friday. I was out there at the dam, and it doesn't seem to be any compaction on the verge or on the batter. And you can see where it's just given away where the truck is. But the concern from the people that use the road is that there's no compaction on that verge of the batter at all. And you can actually see it. But is there a scope of works that was given to the people that carried out the work? And is it 8 metres wide plus the batter?
Yeah, through the chair, I will concede, yes, the project infrastructure engineer is in control of that particular project. I went there to site today to have a bit of a look following the two incidents. There is a location that certainly is a little bit softer, and in particularly one location, and it would be normal practice, obviously, to have a roadside batter, no doubt. 3 to 1 where you can get it, not always achievable, depending on fence lines and the like, and the alignment. Yes, the pavement is aimed at getting 8 metres, and I think that in a particular location where Fulton Hogan had an incident, they did drive too close to the edge. I'm not conceding that it probably shouldn't have had more batter, particularly there. I'm not saying that would have actually stopped them from what actually did occur. So being mindful of that, yes, it does help having a batter and a bit of a shoulder on the edges. Not always achievable, but yeah, to maximise it and get compaction on the outer edges of your road. So there are some locations that do need some additional work from my observations this afternoon.
Yeah, I believe that one of the local contractors is that concerned, and he's gone off to State Forest to see that something can be done in making that road a bit more safer. And I measured the road at one spot there on Friday, and it was only 7.7 metres wide. So that's a foot shorter than what it should be contracted to. So we need to go out, and I honestly think we should engage someone to check the compaction, because we could be liable here if this road fails, because those log trucks are up here and the load's flipping about like that. And if they've got to get over, it's not as if it's like a load of gravel or something like that.
What you remember, we're constructing a road project which is like for like, so we are not being careful, being governed by guidelines in terms of widening pavements, and generally a standard pavement lane we could be 3.5 metres. So 7 metres, I mean, even if we've got 8 metre steel there now, there is provision there for it to be line marked if we do see fit with the outer edge lines, of course, with that shoulder. And I mean, not always is the shoulder always used and shouldn't be used. I mean, corrective actions or necessary actions when driver behaviour or something occurs, when you make those corrections. So I'm not trying to discount the fact that the whole pavement shouldn't have a maximum compaction where possible. There is a section at the minute that is of question, as I mentioned there in my last statement. So those corrective actions will be discussed, and some remedial actions taken from it.
And the one on the other side of the crossroads, back towards Barriga, I noticed there's, and it hasn't got the high batter like the other part has, but there's been no cross rolling like occurred on the Lowesmere Road. Is there any scope to make the contractors do that sort of work? I noticed that.
Well, I think we've got this two-way conversation going, and the rest of us are sitting around here. And,
well, but
you know,
they can.
Can you wind this up?
Okay.
And come out and let us move on, because there's other people who've got things to say, I think. So.
Well, I'm trying to get to the safety side of the thing.
Okay.
We've had 2 truck accidents.
I realise that.
We have a batter that's not standing up to it, and
you've made that point completely clear.
Okay.
And those 2 matters are being investigated.
What I'm getting at is if we had a process in place, it wouldn't have got to that stage.
You can't say that.
Through the chair, I'll take your comments on board, and certainly I'll happy to stay in touch in regards to that.
And if you see something that you believe is a work health and safety issue, you should report it straight to the general manager.
These people have apparently gone off the State Forest to see if they can put some influence into it, because they consider it dangerous.
And the way our policy is written for work health and safety is that anyone who sees something that they believe to be dangerous should report it to the general manager.
Okay.
The issue that Clive's raising, and I think Chris touched on it before, I just want to make, as part of the grant that was accepted to do Campbell's River Road, there were certain things that council couldn't do. And we have to be mindful of that. So the replacement work being, if it was 7 metres wide there, it has to be 7 metres. It can't be 9 metres or 11. We take the point about, as Chris has said, some of the the compaction on the edges is something that I've asked for a report on, because there has been 2 incidents there, and we're looking to find out whether they are related, whether they are completely different, and those things will be considered as part of that, as Chris has said, remediation works with the contractor who did the work. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to put the motion. Report 14. Have you got something that will be different to what's being talked about already?
Yeah, so I've got a few, I hope, fairly brief questions, but I have had my hand up for a while.
Okay.
I was going to mention Campbell's River Road, but we've had a lot of discussion about that. And I did send an email to the chairman, the director, so I assume there'll be a response in due course. And maybe that should go to all councillors in light of the conversation we've just had.
Just for council's information, anyone who generally sends us information in a one-on-one gets disseminated between all councillors.
Second question is page 86, first item, Nernans Hill Road. My question on that was with the culvert replacement at the Fish River. Interested to know what is the culvert size, and was there some sort of catchment analysis done to determine that culvert size, or do we have any idea whether or how often it's likely to overtop?
Through the chair, you look, certainly I don't have any hydrology and catchment behaviour other than to say that it is widespread, obviously flooding or localised flooding when it does occur, particularly when the dam's gone and the dam does topple. The analysis on the running deck certainly has holes and structural failure from our observations. Therefore, we were looking to certainly get bigger capacity or greater flow under that particular structure, as fisheries don't really support piped culvert constructions any longer with regard to fish habitat and the like. Therefore, the box culvert replacement was proposed, by no means, and was indicated to council at the time that it would still be subject to inundation. So really, whatever structure you put there certainly will still always be subject to localised flooding.
Yeah, so I know it would still happen from time to time. I was just interested whether there'd been analysis and whether we knew how often that might happen, like 1 in 20 years or 10 or 5 or 15.
I don't really have that information, sorry, Councillor Tucker, at this stage. La Nina is a wonderful thing.
Page 87, middle of the page, water and sewer. I think it's an error. It says Council Cruz have completed 75% of the Hollis Lane water main. Is that the wrong lane? There's no work being done in Hollis Lane that I can see.
Through the chair, Hollis Lane down off Earl Street.
Earl Street.
Yes. So there has been some work certainly conducted down there with mains renewal with our plumbers.
Okay, I'll have another look. Thank you. At the well, not included at all. I'm interested to know what is the situation with the new bridges for Swallows Nest Road and Bald Ridge Road.
Yeah, through the mayor. At this stage, a review of environmental factors is to be sent to fisheries for permit for construction. The indications from our engaged contractor, Murray Valley Piling, who was the successful tenderer, have indicated that they will be available during March and subject to permits being in place, ready to commence. The prefabricated structures are and materials are already ready to go. So following their current commitment with another engagement, they will be intending on moving that project in March at this stage.
Thank you. Final question. It comes from the calendar December the 16th regional roads reclassification submissions. I'm interested to know what's the current situation with the regional roads reclassification. Have those decisions been made about which roads would move from one category to another, and if not, when will that happen?
Applications close on the 28th of Feb. We have 3 nominations at this point in time. Abercrombie Road to state, Campbell's River Road to regional, and Albion Street to State.
Yeah, I thought I thought those applications had gone in 12 months ago.
So this is round 2. There was a priority round to start with, which we identified those 3 roads as well. We were asked to lodge with everyone else. Thank you for your submission. But I
Okay,
think we should lodge
so
again.
this is having a second go at the same.
This is round 1. The first one they consider a priority round. We were encouraged to apply those for those 3 roads, and they didn't get any outcome. So we were then encouraged to do this again.
Yeah, I do have some concerns about that, but I don't want to take everyone's time here because that will take more time. Is it too late to have another separate discussion with yourself and the director? Are those applications in or
They're in, yeah.
Okay. Well,
And they were resolved by council.
yes, I know they were resolved. I'll just have to hope they don't get approved the second time.
Well, you can hope all you like. I hope they do.
I think as a councillor, you're obliged to hope they get approved. Correct? Correct?
I wasn't part of the council that
You are now.
approved them. So,
All right, I'm going to put the motion. All in favour? And item 1404, monthly activity report, corporate services. The recommendation is the report item 1404 is received as information. I'll move in a second, please. Councillor McCarthy.
Am I moving or second?
You're moving. I saw you first.
Fairly comprehensive report. Busy time from the director and staff. And I'm happy to move the report received for information.
Councillor McCarthy.
It's good that everything's moving and yeah. Thank you.
Any other comments? Motion that the report be received as information. Right, item 1405, statement of investments. That council received report item 1405 as information. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor McCarthy, Councillor McGill.
Straightforward, thank you.
No, I've got no, I'm happy to second it, noting that interest rates are rising slightly and they get some better yields in the future. On that basis, I'm hoping we're not locking in too long term and that we have an opportunity to take the benefit of those rates as they rise.
Any other comments?
No.
I put the motion. All in favour? Item 1406, grants monthly update, and recommendations that report item 1406 is received as information. Mover and second, please. Councillor Hayden. Councillor McKibben. Councillor Hayden.
Yeah, it's a comprehensive report. I'd like to see a few more different grant applications going in, but it's very comprehensive.
Councillor McKibben.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's very pleasing to see that we received or were notified on the 30th of November with a confidentiality agreement being left on the 3rd of February for 3 projects: the new amenities in shower block at the Reef Reserve, the fencing, seating, car parks and shelters at the new Oberon off the leash dog park, and the accessible toilet at the Oberon golf course. It's also noting that we have a whole lot of applications pending, and some have been obviously unsuccessful. And I note your comment in relation to the last item in the table on page 104, which was the 8th of February 2022 upgrade of the Oberon sewage treatment building, Better Regions Fund R6, and the letter of support I think you indicated from our federal member G in relation to that. I commend the report. I think it's an extensive report, deals extensively with where we're at. Pleased to second it. No, am I seconding it?
Seconding. Councillor Hayden.
I thought I was.
Any more comments, observations?
What was that?
Councillor.
There you go. Just on page 103, about the sewage treatment plant, it's been designed for 4,500.
Yep.
And it says from the existing of 3,100, and we're talking about 25 to 30 years. And the only reason for my question is I was on a RANA, whatever it's called. And they did talk about sort of, one of the councils sort of raised the issue that sometimes and I'm not sure where these numbers come from, but the projections on growth in the regional areas were not necessarily correct.
Okay, Councillor Smith, you touched a very raw note. So we spent 2.5 years convincing two different state government departments that we were actually growing, and they refused to believe us because 9 other of the group councillors.
See, I wasn't even planning. This is, I just read this. This doesn't seem right.
It's, yeah, 4,500 is not too bad.
I know it's not too bad, but I mean, still considering the big
plant
shift
has
after
plans been
COVID.
built to be
Well,
augmented.
Yeah, we went through this argument before COVID, and it's just
Everything's moving very differently to what
it is.
If you notice the people in the room who deja vu, this has been a long running thing that we've had.
So I've gone bald.
Please don't mention the law.
Well, I thought I just raised that.
Well raised. Councillor Culley.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the Director of Development. Do we still have, Damien, do we still have the pamphlet that was given at the complex down at O'Connell, where those people said that there was no facilities for horses in Oberon area? They said there's no facilities between St Mary's and Blakeney. Do we still have that contact number that they give out as a pamphlet?
The chair, I don't think I received a copy of the pamphlet.
Okay, all right, I'll chase one up. Thank
Are
you.
you talking about the information?
Yeah, the two ladies that ambushed us down there.
Oh, I know who those ladies
Yeah,
are. I've sorted them out. Don't worry about it.
Through the chair, you might instruct them on their 450.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. They should show them that.
Got.
So there's nothing between St Mary's and Blaine.
All right, any other figures? No, I'll put the motion. All in favour? All right, 1407. Water and sewer plant report. Report item 1407 is receiving information. Councillor McKibben, Councillor Tucker, Councillor McKibben.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose the table at point 1 of this report on page 105 is probably a little bit nugatory at the moment with Nina and 100%. I'm assuming is going, well, we hope it's going to continue for some time, but I suppose we need to put the readings in, or should we do it by exemption and just do it less frequently, or is this just come straight off the system? Okay, all right. I have no problem with it. Look, obviously the water consumption has obviously decreased in the context of above average rainfall. But I think the report's interesting in that the high levels of rain have caused some issues with our water treatment plant and our pump stations, which I suppose is to be expected, but it's certainly a different situation to which we had a few years ago where we had the opposite issue. I'm happy to I think I'm moving this report.
No. Councillor Tucker,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No further comments. Happy to second it.
any other comments? Motion, all in favour? Item 1408, update of status of council resolutions and recommendations of the report 1408 is received as information. And the mover and seconder, please. Councillor McGibbon. Councillor Hayden. Councillor McGibbon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said previously, I find this quite a good report because you can actually look at where you've got to with the status of things, and I do thank the general manager because on most matters we have dates for things to occur, which makes it much easier to track and to note where we are. Yeah, I think it's a good report and does keep us the status of where we are with a whole lot of issues in one place. So I find it very informative. I'm very happy to move this report. And the only comment I'd make, and I've already raised, is in relation to progress on the STP, which I've already talked about. So apart from that, I'm happy with it.
Thank you. Councillor Tucker. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hayden.
Yes, it's a very good report, and nothing else to add, and it's set out well. Easy to read.
With the motion, all in favour? Oh, sorry, Clive.
113. One about the 20,000 for the land bank for 34 Windermere Avenue. Have we had a look at the septic to see if we can find the best footprint for building there yet?
Through the chair, yeah, we've been on site and we've got the where the best location can be, yes.
So when does that come back to council? So,
When I get a contract and give me the design, I'll be very happy.
what's that, to draw it up?
Yeah.
Okay, and the next one, can you give us the date that the consultant was engaged so we can keep getting an update on this?
The consultant was engaged last week and I'll expect some plans back imminently. I've got them engaged to do some additional work on our industrial estate, and they've got 2 projects that we're looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McKechnie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 110, in the community hub, I just a bit disappointed that in the briefing, I was assumed, and I think it's correct, that we were going to have a briefing to the whole of council on the hub project. I understand that took place as part of the IVS last week, but I'm disappointed that it wasn't communicated. So just a comment.
Noted.
Yeah, good.
Any other comments? Put the motion, all in favour? All right, item 1409, quarterly budget review statements for October to December 2021. And the recommendations to report item 1408 is received as information. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor McCarthy. Someone else to second, please.
Discuss it.
Councillor McKechnie. Councillor McCarthy.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I can't fathom this report, especially down at the bottom general fund. So the cancellation, the quarry pits give us a deficit of 12. Okay. The correction of the rental income for the independent living areas from going to fortnight to weekly payments created a deficit of $113.6. And
no, 113.6 thousand.
Yeah. Say K, yeah, all right. And then the 4th dot point, to a layman, it reads that we had to sell the land, industrial land, to balance the budget for this quarter. So I just can't fathom that that's the way that this report should read. I'm a bit naive to it all, but when I do my own BAS, I understand that this is not the way figures should be presented. So we'll kick it off first. How does changing the fortnightly to weekly payments give us a 113,000.6 deficit? It's the same amount of money coming in for the same rental.
Corporate Services Director.
Yeah, sure. Through the chair, councillor, that one through the budget review was, and I guess an error picked up in the initial budgeting when that budget was done. There was I guess another projection on the rental income, which we have revised down through this quarterly budget review. So the revenue expected was double as to what will actually occur. So we've adjusted that through this this budget review process.
Okay. And then what about sale of the land? Surely goodness, the sale of the land just goes to the land bank, doesn't it? We've had no expenditure in that quarter or that year at all, have we? We've sold some land.
So through the chair, what we indicated that we're going to recognise in terms of sales through the budget has been exceeded. So we're just indicating that through this budget process to say we're getting more money than what we expected to get. So through the quarterly budget review, that is the time, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, that you amend that to make sure that you are accurately recording what you're getting in and out as part of your operations.
But you might have no sales in a year. So you shouldn't budget for anything.
Hello. So we have to, like, if you're not budgeting to do these things, you wouldn't have them.
No, but we've already budgeted and paid that money out prior.
So it's through the chair, this is income, this is coming in.
I realise that.
So we indicated in the budget, when we're preparing the draft budget for 21, for 22, 21, 22, that we were going to get $750,000 worth of land sales. Well, the fact of the matter is we've exceeded that, so we're recognising that through this adjustment.
Well, the way I see it, we shouldn't be relying on any land sales because it mightn't happen.
That's right.
And the
if that was
expenditure
the case,
for
we
land,
would have revised it down if that was the case.
and the expenditure hasn't happened in the last, what, 5 years, 10 years, has it?
No.
There's been no expenditure.
No, this is all income. This is coming into us.
I realise that.
So the quarterly budget review is the way that with money shifted around to make sure it's a more accurate document rather than the operational plan, which is a forecast. If I'm not right, please tell me. Or the
Through the chair, that's exactly is that we, at this point in time, we take a point in time and reconcile back to the budget that was forecast at the start of the financial year, and in that particular budget, there was an 750K recognised as revenue in that initial budget. And so,
That was adopted.
sorry, that was adopted, and then at this point in time, based on the continued forecasting to the end of the FY, certain adjustments have been made as picking up an error in the modelling with the independent living units revenue, and also the potential for an increased amount of revenue coming from these particular land sales.
Okay, well, having said that, we had a proposal where we dropped the price on some ground, and to my knowledge, we didn't sell the ground and we never got a report back about it. So why doesn't that happen then? So projected income on that ground we discounted. And the person was to take it over several years and it never happened. So we should get a report that that income never happened, and hey,
I think we probably did.
I don't think we did. Your memory must be better than mine.
I'm trying to work it. I'm happy to discuss it.
The bloke was burying the food underground.
Oh, yeah,
it never went ahead the second, and third part, did it?
But we didn't account for it either. The projection that we make isn't on individual sales, it's what we make out of the forecasting
Okay.
process.
All right.
And if it's sold this year, you don't forecast you're gonna sell it next year because it's gone.
All right. Okay. But we didn't sell it, and we still never got a report back.
But that just means it's for sale.
All right, can we move on? Councillor happy to move on? Councillor McKechnie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The performance to budget is, say, reasonably solid, I guess. Just in the operating performance ratio, wondering what the benchmark was there, what the IPAR benchmark is. We're running at around 4%, but or 4.99%.
Yeah, through the chair, the benchmark on that is 0. So, yeah,
We've got some work to do there.
that's right. So hovering around that 0 mark essentially is that, you know, you are carrying out operations as planned, and so we are hovering around that. The
5%.
benchmark is 0.
And our own source operating revenue ratio, which is probably a better indicator. We're 20% off the benchmark there in the negative way. We've got good work to do there. I know that it can change significantly.
That's almost exclusively down to the grants.
grants,
With
yeah.
such huge volume of grants we've got. It's loading our own source.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, it's one of the benchmarks that I would hope that I fail all the time. That means you need more additional grants coming in. But
It may be more indicative of the way we're travelling in the next couple of quarters, because grants might not be as ready. That's right. I have no problem second.
can I just in terms of some information for councils, the reason why we are below the benchmark for own source revenue is because we're getting lots of grants. Not that we're getting not enough grants, we are getting probably too many grants for our operations, which is why our own source revenue goes down.
I understand that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I'm hoping we got more grants. So if we get more grants, it's going to go further down as well. I'm getting at.
I hope the grants that we're looking for we get, but I don't mean get more grants, as in more than what we've already got.
Yes, I'm with you.
Just to,
Sorry, I'm just.
yeah, no, I understand how it works.
Yeah.
So if I could, Mr. Mayor, page 120, under the general fund and the adjustments that are listed there under 5 bullet points. There's a comment at the moment at the bottom that these adjustments will have a surplus of 37K in the adopted budget. If I add all those up and subtract them, I get to a negative 15.6K.
Contract CFO.
Through the mayor, that is correct, they do come to 15.6. However, we're in a surplus of 52 after Q1 review. So when we took the 15.6 off the surplus of 52, that's how we come back to our 37.
Okay, I understand what you're saying because I remember the reading the 52, etc. But I think that probably should have been stated there, because it just simply says the adjustments will have a surplus without taking, it doesn't take into account that. One comment.
Anyone else with comments or questions?
I just wanted some clarification on the independent living units rental that councillor McCarthy had brought up. where it says exactly the correction of independent living unit rental income to recognise fortnightly, not weekly payments as per the budget model. This will create a deficit. It wouldn't matter if it was weekly payments or fortnightly payments, it's still going to add up the same.
Through the, to put it bluntly, Councillor Hayden, they had 52 fortnights in a year. Yes. Instead of 26.
Yeah.
That's what it is. They forecast 52 fortnights occurring a year and only 26 do.
The way the chart with council was, you'll get X amount of dollars down the bottom, and they've times it by 52. In the top, it's you get this much dollars every 2 weeks. So it was an administration error, but they absolutely
Yeah, so it just
we
should have been
acknowledge that.
admitted then, instead of thinking that you're going to get something that you're not going to get anyway.
The thing is, we recognise it as
Right.
part of the original forecast, so you have to
Okay.
recognise it as part of
Right,
it.
yep. Okay,
And it's absolutely noted that it was an error. It was an administration error.
okay, that clarified it then.
Okay, any more? I'll put the motion. All in favour? All right, there is no urgent business at this stage. In accordance with the Local Government Act 1993 and the Local Government General Regulations of 2005, in the opinion of the General Manager, the following business is of the kind as referred to in section 10A2 of the Act and should be dealt with in part of the meeting that should be closed to the media and public. I'd like to thank the members of the public who are joining us this evening, and I wish you a good night. And I'll ask the councillor to move us into a closed session. Councillor McKibben and Councillor McKibben. All in favour? Move. I now request the minute secretary turn off the recording at 9:58. The following resolutions were made during the section of the meeting that was closed to the public. There were no members of the public present at that time. Item 1601, pause debt collection activities, account number 12382877. That the council pause debt collection activities and any further interest accrual on assessment 12382877 for a period of 6 months. And 2, the council offer payment plan options to assist the ratepayer and councillor to develop a debt reduction strategy. Item 1602, modification to development application 10.2021.2.1, function centre, camping ground and animal training facility, 370 Meadows Road, The Meadows. That council remove item 2 from its resolution, report item 1305 of its ordinary meeting of council on the 19th of October 2021, being that council enter into a planning agreement with the landowner in relation to traffic issues raised concerning the Meadows Road. Number 2, condition number 3 of development consent 10/2021.2.1 contributions be removed, and council accept the draft planning agreement submitted by Lee Douglas Cragg of 370 Meadows Road, The Meadows, New South Wales, the developer. Item 16303, water reimbursement claim. Council resolves that the General Manager is delegated to negotiate with the claimant as described in the Merrill Minute. I now seek a mover and a seconder to take the council out of.
We're already
Sorry, we're already out
of closed session.
Sorry, that is the end of the this meeting, and declared closed at 11:09 p.m.
Well done.
Well done.
Excellent.